Okay, 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Quick, tell a friend to turn on the game. March Madness is going on. Final Fours in the background. We've got Auburn versus Florida. We finally made it over with 8 minutes left in the second half. I pedaled across town on my bike to get here as quickly as I could. I had the game in the earbuds going and just listening to it, chat. Just listening to it. We didn't even have to be watching the game. Just the audio of the game. All-time classic audio. I don't know, chat. This feels like a game. 60 to 68. You know, I don't know. Any kind of close game, I guess you could always... Just looking at the box score is not necessarily going to determine the quality of that game, but this is a quality game, chat. This is what we want out of March Madness right here. You know what I say, chat? College basketball, it's been fixed. The transfer portal fixed it. This is what we want. This is exactly how it should be. I know the idea of the story, the 4-year connection, you know, the long-term relationships, chat, with college basketball players, but we just need to shift our mindset, something a little more casual, just these 1-year flings. And what ends up happening is maybe, you know, pause, chat, but maybe the cream does rise to the top. Maybe we do get the best of the bunch at the end. I know that, I guess I don't know if that is the idea of the March, because with the way college football operates, like college football is specifically trying to, and at least has been, you know, up until, and even expanding it to 12 teams is not like, again, in comparison to college basketball, that crazy. You're still going to get a really good team that wins the national title. Ohio State was what, like, I don't even remember their final ranking anyways, because it didn't even matter, because the top 4 conference champions all got buys. So even if Ohio State, you know, Ohio State was whatever seed, they lost to Michigan. They shouldn't have even had a chance to win a national title, but they get in, they win the national title. It is what it is, chat. But college football, of course, is set up to, like, how do we focus this in on the best teams possible to make sure that, like, the actual best team wins the national championship? And that is actually kind of what you got this year with the 12 team kind of just, I guess you needed to get the field a little bit bigger just to make sure that the last couple of teams qualify in, because Ohio State was kind of that team all year. At least there was questions at the quarterback. But I mean, if we're being honest, that's probably what it would have been. If we looked roster position wise, the rest of the roster, it would have been that. But I mean, Walker Howard, Will Howard, Walker Howard, who's the quarterback? Who's Walker Howard, chat? Is that a Walker? Hey, I don't know. Who's Walker Howard? Was Walker Howard a college basketball player as well too? He might have been. But was Walker? I don't know. We might have to do a Google search real quick, chat, on Walker Howard and see what we find. But with college basketball, of course, the fun of it is the chaos and the madness that ensues. But this year, you obviously didn't get the madness all the way around. You didn't get the madness in March this year, chat. It is what it is. But you do get, arguably, I mean, not arguably, if you looked at the stats, not only the 4 best teams, and maybe this was just a random year, because there was some advanced stats rankings that were saying these 4 teams were 4 of the 10 best teams of all time. Okay, Howard Walker was a center for Trinity at Texas. What year was this, chat? 60s, 69, 70? Trinity, Texas? Howard Walker? Okay, so he didn't play college football, because Will Howard is the quarterback for Ohio State, right? Not Walker Howard. But yeah, okay, so we got Will Howard there. And then maybe Walker Howard just doesn't exist. Maybe that's a guy that's just made up. Oh no, Walker Howard is that a brother? Okay. We got an Ole Miss quarterback here. So sometimes you just turn on a game, I guess. You're just flipping through channels. And did Walker Howard, like, make a play at some point? He's thrown 2 passes? How do we even know this name, chat? This guy's 5 for 10. Walker Howard. Maybe Will Howard did he bring him up in that Russillo interview? Did Russillo call him Walker Howard too at one point? I don't know what happened. But, yeah, anyways, with college basketball, like we're saying, you don't get the upsets, but maybe what ends up happening is the upsets actually become more rare, and then maybe the Cinderellas actually become more special in a way, where it's not like, of course, we're never going to have upsets again in college basketball. That's not necessarily the point, and that stuff kind of gets lost in the greater conversation. Of course, the greater conversation is, you know, the functionality of college basketball. It is the business of it being handled properly. Are we making sure that, again, there is a fan aspect of it as well, too, but you also want to make sure that the chaos is good for the players in a way. Like, if it's all upward mobility and guys are, you know, I guess, you know, it's can the NCAA make sure to get money in their pockets as well, too, chat. But, you just want to make sure that the processes are as good as possible. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not like the Cinderella teams, like we were saying before, aren't going to upset another top team in the past. And I guess if they do become, like, more statistically rare, then, like we're saying, then they just become more special and they become bigger moments and more historic events. And that's cool as well, too. But, I mean, like Sam always says, chat, I mean, let's be honest, this is what we want. This is exactly picture perfect up until this point. Last 7 minutes, who knows? Auburn just takes a lead with a 3. So, will any team just randomly go on a run and pull away here? It doesn't seem like it. And, of course, as well, too, like we're saying, it's the historic year of these teams were dominant, not just the whole upper seeds in the field like they were all dominant. These 4 teams in general were historically dominant. They've all made it actually this far, which doesn't seem to happen as well too. Like, if, again, the 2 teams that don't win the national, or I guess the 3 teams, but the 2 teams that don't make the national title and the one that loses, I guess there is historical precedent to be like, well, I guess 3 of the top 10 teams of all time didn't win the national title. It's like, okay, we get it. There's the other team in there. So them all actually making to this point, winning their brackets and emerging as the best team in their individual field is, again, all these things lining up is a rare season. And combine the fact that Florida and Auburn are in the same conference as well too, so you get the matchups. And they probably played in the SEC tournament. I know, did Auburn get beat by Tennessee, and then was it Tennessee, Florida that ended up playing? So maybe they didn't play in the SEC tournament. But, they've had the familiarity, so there's the competitive advantage, going into the matchup is going to be a little more even on each side. They both kind of know what to expect. The idea of a team just getting, that initial kind of, whoa, what happens? Because let's be honest, like if we see a dominant performance a lot of times in Final Four games, I mean, yeah, teams can pull away late for sure, but a lot of times it's instant and kind of right away. But still back and forth, chat. And not only just the best teams as well too, but you get the best teams and arguably, and this is what has made the women's bracket so fun the last couple of years as well too, has been the fact that the actual top talent was making it all the way to the finals. And you had, of course you had Angel Reese and Paige Beckers and Caitlin Clark and Juju Watkins. Were they actually in the Final Four last year? I think they were, chat. Or the Elite Eight. They've made it into the later rounds. So you have the star players actually advancing late. The better teams, of course, the star players are on the better teams. And we should actually just go ahead and double check as well, too, because I don't, unfortunately, remember off the top of my head as an outsider college basketball fan this year. I guess, are they just recommending random players? Oh, trending players? Carlos Booker is trending, not Carlos Boozer? Is this a transfer guy? No, Southern Mississippi center. 6 points a game, 5 points a game. Okay, well, we'll just randomly say Carlos Booker at some point in the future and wonder why that name is just in our subconscious. But I could imagine the Carlos Boozer page being trending. I could be like a sneaky... Carlos Boozer is like a fun... I feel like his maybe post-legacy name value, like maybe more people, and again, shout out to Carlos Boozer, but like maybe more people know his name than like all-stars, whatever the correlation, like however many people should know your name for, like per all-star appearance, chat. And I guess, like MJ's not necessarily had the most all-star appearances of all time, but whatever the legacy to name recognition value is. And I guess was Carlos Boozer in our NBA Aura rankings that we did a while back as well too. So yeah, maybe for us, are we Carlos Boozer biased, chat? Maybe it just is what it is. But is there any way that, because Cooper Flagg was definitely first team and Janai Broome was definitely first team All-American this year, but was there any way that Walter Clayton Jr. was not? Was he maybe like a second team? I mean, he was definitely on one of the teams, but was he on the actual first team? I mean, regardless, it doesn't like matter his team placement, of course, for like his actual standing in college basketball. But just to put a label on it, oh, I guess they don't have it, chat, but maybe it'll be up on his page here if we look. But if they did like an end of season sort of thing, yeah, All-American this year, chat, as well too, because I don't think it would have been from the previous year. Shout out though. And the Iona run was fun. Good Florida year last year, but his big shot making in the tournament settings, SEC tournament in this setting have been impressive. And again, with him, Broom, and Flag, you'd probably argue those are the 3 best players in the men's side of college basketball right now. And like we're saying, there's other role players as well, too, contributing. You know, Elijah Martin's having a good game. Proctor as well, too, for Duke. Has had a good tournament run himself. But you get the 3 best players, the 4 best teams. You know, shout out the Houston guys, Cryer, Sharp, in that group. But you're getting all the top-end talent, chat, and they're actually living up. They're competing. And Baker Mazzara, I feel like, is having a really good game as well, too. Some of the shooting performances for him have maybe been a little up and down to be out throughout the tournament run. But yeah, 3 for 4 so far in this game. 5 for 6. Only missed 1 shot. Broom, 6 for 14. 0 for 2 from 3. Gets it there, chat. I mean, they're definitely, of course, the physicality. They can make him work. And they haven't necessarily had to double team him a ton either. That was one of the things that Grant Hill and Raftery were definitely pointing out when we were listening to the game, pedaling back, chat. And, you know, you have the perimeter threat, of course, from Auburn. But if Broom is in that 50% range and you're just going to make it ugly, I know that they're talking about Florida playing fast and the pace of offense. I think they were second in college basketball this year in fast break points. So, you know, getting out and playing fast and playing in the full court instead of half court is maybe an advantage for them. But just in terms of on the defensive side, if you're slowing it down, and again, maybe that doesn't translate necessarily into the fast break opportunities on offense. But you got to stop Broom either way. So if you're going to single coverage, and obviously you have the physicality at center to be able to hold up. Who do we got? Crawford, chat? Who's the Florida center matched up against Broom right now? Chenulo? Ruben Chenulo? So yeah, you know, 2 for 2 offensively. 8 rebounds, though. No blocks either so far. And Martin with 17 points. So we know that he's a big-time player. I believe UConn run, right, chat? In the past? If I'm not mistaken. Let's see. How many years at UConn? Oh, wait. Oh, Florida Atlantic. That's right. Dusty May. You know, Dusty May, Dan Hurley, chat. It's all the same thing. It's all, you know, he's just played for a great coach in college basketball at some point. Is basically the point. Made a Final Four, too, as well. Made, I guess, a couple Final Fours at this point. Oh, and while we're sidetracked, chat, just a casual double team poster. The rare he posters a defender and then got the defender to somehow posterize, block the other defender in a weird way. But the scouts are watching, chat. Martin's getting his value up. And a defensive play by Haw at the other end. Who's Haw, chat? Shout out Haw. But is this the turning point for Florida? Up 3 is like the best point so far. Baker Mazzara, he's flailing around a lot when he's out there, so occasionally it'll go his way on a call. That might not be it necessarily, but you got to keep Auburn in the game at this point. And we should have mentioned as well, too, we got Pistons versus Grizzlies on the other TV. So Grizzlies getting a little bit of primetime run here on the second TV, quite a bit. You know, obviously they're in the headlines after firing their head coach with like 2.5 weeks left in the season, 2 weeks. But we're getting a live cutaway to the Bucks Heat game. Shout out to the Heat and the Miami Vice colorways. Giannis, chat. What's the over-unders? IT, bet all the overs for Giannis. Just not to jinx him, but just in case. Who knows? Is there a vibe in the air right now? It just feels like a special basketball night, chat. A special Final Four game, and then Giannis just puts up another 30, 15, and 15. I don't know. Maybe he's going to put up like an 8, 12, and 2, but either way. Giannis is going to be awesome. Clayton's got a 27 on 5 of 8 from 3. I mean, the NBA. Take him in the top 40. What are we doing here? First round? There's just no way. The shot making has been insane. I don't know what the... You know what? You hate to start throwing around names, chat, and just to start making easy comparisons. I'm not comparing him as a, three-point shooter to Steph, but... Dame maybe not. Dame's obviously elite, but just the point that those guys are maybe similar to his size as well too. Pause. If that's going to be a concern, and I don't know, again, the athleticism, like Dame is a good athlete. Dame's been the dunk contest, right? So I know that he can have a real smooth sort of under the rim style at times, but we've definitely seen explosive elements to the game. Pause. But 6'2", so he may be a little bit shorter than Steph as well. I don't know. Steph could be 6'3", 6'4", but he is, of course, like well built for his size. So he's going to be able to hold up. He's not. I mean, obviously the switches and stuff, that there's just going to be inevitabilities there. How tall is Jamal Murray, Chad? Is Jamal Murray 6'5", or is he in that 6'3" range? He might be closer. He is 6'5". At least Kentucky Day Jamal Murray, 6'5", 207. I don't know if they give him a listed with shoes here for the college ranking. And then, updated now Clayton without shoes. Oh, Baker Mazzara not getting the floater. Baker Mazzara getting a few too many shots at the end of the game here. 3.5 minutes left. Broom's going to need at least 2 more shots to end this game. In an offensive rebound by Florida. Again, Broom unfortunately not under the rim that time to be able to box out, but not that he's the only one that can get a rebound for that team. But if you're worried about the size for him as a perimeter creator, and again, not saying that he's going to hit Steph levels, but just even, 6-man levels, we're saying. We're saying, again, a guy in that prototype has proven to be an effective player. So there can be is there varying degrees to it? Is there the 11th best player of all time? Or is there, a guy who's like a really, how tall? Pritchard might be like 6'5" as well too, chat. The NBA. These get the GMOs, chat. These guys are getting taller. I don't know what it is. Something's in the food. But in terms of BMI, I don't know. They'd be pretty similar. Pritchard 6'2", 190. Walter Clayton Jr. 6'2", 195. Chat. Pritchard was a first-round draft pick, so I guess maybe Clayton goes in the first round of the Celtics or something. Who knows? Do the Celtics actually have their first-round pick this year? They may not. You can never be sure. The only team we do know has first-round picks is OKC. Okay, Boston is the only team from 23 to 30 that actually has their own first-round pick. Okay, it's funny that OKC actually just doesn't even have their own pick, which is kind of smart though, because again, they're the best team in the league, so it's going to be the worst pick. I mean, shout out to the Clippers are going to be able to at least get a guy in the mix there. But, again, OKC's moved those picks up to potentially, like I say, is that a swap with the Clippers? So it's not that they gave up their pick. They just were able to upgrade their pick to where the Clippers were at. And then they also have lottery protections on some of these up here that Sam Presti's not going to be able to get his sneaky little hands on, chat. Pause. Brooklyn with the 26-27 combo. Trade up, chat. Wait for those storylines. To Minnesota at 18. Calling it right now. Oh, and then Brooklyn with the 17-18. You got 17, 26, and 27. San Antonio at 15. I don't think that's, two first-round picks to move up 2 spots might be a little excessive. But if Atlanta could somehow slip into the lottery and then this pick can somehow jump up into the top 4, I guess we wouldn't trade our top 4 pick. But then would we consider trading 8 at that point for 15, 26, and 27? But probably not, because 8 is still pretty good too. You'd still probably rather have 2 top 8 players than 4 top 28 players, maybe. But what were we looking at? Oh yeah, Boston at 28. So the fact that they have Pritchard, can you play Pritchard and Clayton Jr. together, chat? I'm not sure, but can you? Holiday's definitely a better defender than, not just all three. That he's by far a better defender than. But no, I guess is he by far a better defender than Pritchard? Maybe a little more versatile in defending some of the wing positions, but guard to guard, I guess maybe Pritchard can definitely hold up as well too. So again, is Clayton Jr. the defender that Pritchard is? I don't, who knows, chat. Probably, Pritchard's pretty good, but Offensively, if he could be a similar thing, I don't know why teams would necessarily be scared if you're in a top 50 situation. And Pritchard, I think, he didn't go one and done. I don't know if he was a full senior when he graduated. Maybe he just did 2, 3. But regardless, his couple years in college basketball, not necessarily the youngest guy. Oh, yeah, he played all 4 years. So perfect example, chat, I think, of, and, big tournament moment, big gamer, Walter Clayton, I think, even doing it on, Walter Clayton is, I think, probably better offensively than Pritchard is right now. Maybe Pritchard, is there a little more point guardy type stuff that he was doing as well, but, yeah, as a shot maker, Clayton's definitely a bit up at that level. I guess Norm Powell's probably 6'5", 6'6", but could he be the next sort? Could he take that belt from Norm Powell, kind of, in that role? He check out Van Fleet again, maybe a little taller as well too. But I think there's guys in the mix that you go, okay, I wouldn't necessarily be super scared of taking Walter Clayton. I don't know. Can we trade back to 20? If the Spurs are trading back to 26, 27, and Clayton's in the 50s, then we snag Clayton with one of those early picks. We just keep trading back in the second round, but maybe his value is just going to rise up. There's no way he's not a first-round pick after this tournament. If the NBA scouts do one thing, they will overreact to March Madness. Tough offensive foul on Janai Broom. We were campaigning for our guy to get looks at the end of this game, Chad. He just immediately gets an offensive foul with 2.5 minutes. Florida up 1. A Clayton 3. That'd be a 2-possession game here. He's going to drive to the rim. Easy attack, chat. Broom doesn't even really slide over to try to defend. I don't know if he just saw it too late and realized he wouldn't have been able to get there. And I don't know if he was at 3 fouls or not either. But, regardless, he's going to stop Walter Clayton from gliding in, chat. Just smooth. Oh, Broom passes up on the 3. The cut. The dive. Oh, the block. Condon. They got him on the foul, chat. Do they have, what is a challenge situation in college? Oh, Clayton, he's taking the big off the dribble. Easily getting past him. NBA stuff. Obviously, Wemby's probably going to swat that, but, oh yeah, Condon got him, chat. The competitive nature, Broom, of course, only 59% this year from the free throw line. You hope in a clutch moment, chat, that the stats are not the stats. Yeah, Condon, all hand. Just a straight high five to Broom. But as a 59% foul shooter, I guess that's what you got to do with 2.5 minutes left in the Final Four. It's honestly the smart move. Condon, don't review it. Let him shoot the free throws. What are they reviewing now? He just shot a free... Did he not shoot a free throw? Oh, chat, a possible flagrant? Condon, is it a little mouthy? What happened? Hey, yo, pause. What happened, chat? Can they review for things that they said crank up the audio on this replay? What happened? I saw him kind of storming away as Broom lined up. They were lining up to shoot the free throw. So was it between the... Oh, it's on Auburn? The Auburn guy kind of holding back the Florida defender as he was trying to go over to double Broom, chat. The white guys for Florida flailing around drawing fouls at the end of this game. Florida versus Duke might be just the most old school college basketball flailing. Just guys go. It's got the Cooper Flag, Walter Clayton guys, Knipple, guys that are going to be high draft prospects, high skill level players. But Florida's got some flopper. Florida might actually be more Duke than Duke, chat. That's crazy. I'm not saying are they an unlikable team? I don't know. Do we really even have unlikable teams like that in college basketball? Do we have villain teams in college basketball anymore? What was the last great villain team, chat? I think the last villain team for me, the first villain team that jumps out is the Kentucky team with Towns. Shout out to Towns, but that team was definitely a villain team, chat. And the Harrison twins, You know, I mean, they were hitting buzzer beaters against certain teams that we cheered for at certain points of the tournament, but they also were just annoying players in the NBA in terms of the amount of in the NCAA in terms of the amount of winning that they did. Of course, that team was undefeated, and it seemed just unstoppable with the way it was constructed there for a second. I still can't really believe that Wisconsin won that game. I honestly don't really go back and rewatch that game because I don't. Again, I can't really believe what happens. I just like, did it actually happen? If I go back and rewatch the game, am I going to change the result, chat? If I replay this game, I can't risk it. So we'll just leave the results as it happened. Broom, he misses the first free throw. So Auburn can still... Oh, he misses the second free throw. Oh, he gets the rebound. Broom, can he save the day? It's out of bounds on Auburn. Chaos, chat. It's going to be Florida's ball. Broom, he almost had the free throws. He had the rebound. Oh, man. I don't know if his draft stock is already higher than Clayton's, but, you know, and it becomes tough as well, too. Like, the guard position is just, you know, there's just a lot of talent there right now, chat. So it's definitely a more difficult position to break through in and make rotation in the NBA. But, tough. Broom having a college moment, chat. And not that he hasn't had a college moment. He's player of the year. He's in the Final Four. I mean, these are historic feats. The man has had a historic career. But, again, Michigan's out, so... yes, Cooper flag for the bracket, I guess. But in our heart of hearts for the storylines, Janai Broom, Auburn, I guess. Should we have picked Auburn? We shouldn't have. It would have jinxed them. They would have been out earlier. But if we were really committing to just, hey, the bracket... If we're going to be disappointed in the bracket, like, let's be disappointed along with the fact that, you know, let's not be disappointed that Michigan wins a game that they're not supposed to because we picked them wrong in the bracket. Like, let's just pick them and then, oh, yeah, they'll probably lose to Auburn because Auburn's a good team and blah, blah, blah. And, all right, you know, elite team, chat, not just a good team, an elite team. But an historic team, even a top 10 team in college basketball history. Michigan, Dusty May has only lost to... like national champions in top 10 teams. So I'm just saying, Coach. Chat, Dusty May, I wish he was here. I'm talking to him subconsciously, chat. But Dusty May, call in. We're definitely are we the number one fans? We're taking the spot. If we have to go UFC style to be the number one Dusty May fan, I mean, it just is what it is, chat. We'll have to start calling guys out. But who is even out there that there's some chaotic guy with a Michigan fan with a Dusty May shrine for sure, and in the man cave down there. Some guy that was a Florida Atlantic fan, but he's like, I just follow Dusty May. I'm a Michigan fan now. So that guy, we're definitely going to have to step in the ring at some point and try to take the Dusty May number one fan belt. But that level of commitment is scary as well too. We'll just have to hope that he's. I guess we've been pretty committed to the couch lately too, chat. You can check the tapes. But we'll just have to hope that guy's a little bit more committed to the couch in the daytime. Maybe. But Florida ball definitely. Still up 3. A minute 45. Clayton gives it up. The back cut. The ball movement, chat. It somehow finds its way back to Clayton. Florida has the calmness. And Clayton and 1. Driving to the rim. Oh, Florida's going to be up 2 shots. It was too much, chat. They kept whipping it around. It finally made its way back to Clay. I think Florida, they understand how this team works as well. To make no mistake, these guys, they know they're role players. They said, we got to get this ball to Clayton if we're going to win this game. They keep it moving. They find their star. He gets the guy off the dribble again, attacking the basket. 31 in the game, and you know the free throws are money. Oh, star for star, chat. And what can you say? Florida's guy. Just look at the numbers. It is what it is. Broom still has a chance, though. Don't settle for a bad look. Take your time. It's as long as it's not Baker Mazzara. Get the ball to Broom. It is Baker Mazzara. Oh, chat. Maybe there's some Ron Artest with Baker Mazzara, but unfortunately, unlike Artest, he's not able to get it to go. It just is what it is. Baker Mazzara is taking the looks at the end of the game. Oh, we got a tie-up. Possession, Auburn? Is that a foul or is it possession? Charles, is this what it's like? Is this the most similar will be to Charles Barkley? Is this the most that rooting for Auburn a little bit in this moment, chat? Can we get a Charles cam in the corner right now? I want to see the expression on his face. Auburn down. Hey, yo, pause. But down 6. At least on the Paramount Plus stream, chat. ESPN, they're spoiling the score. We're gonna have to go back to the Clayton page. Shout out. He's the star. Okay, it's got to be Pettiford or it's got to be Broom. It's Baker Mazzara again, chat. He double dribbles. Oh, no. Did he put a dribble down? Oh, he left the ground. He didn't put a dribble down before he tried to shoot it. So if he hadn't jumped, it would have not been a double dribble. He was going for a legal play, but unfortunately, he jumps. It is what it is. 12 second half turnovers by the Auburn Tigers. And we have Florida in the bracket as well, too. So, again, that's what we're saying. If we could just lean into the disappointment. I guess we're hedging our bets, though. So, oh, the lob! They call it a clean block. So, at least Florida's not going to get free throws and extend the lead even more here. Again, Paramount Plus, 44 and a half seconds to go. Florida's at 47. Auburn is at 68. But it's still Florida's ball. They're going to get the inbound. Oh, Auburn almost with the turnover, chat. If it goes tie-up, it's just back to Florida anyways. Auburn got the last one. Baker Mazzara with 3 looks at the end of the game, chat. Shout out, like we said, he's had a great game. Super efficient up until that point, but in a different role. Also, you know, if it's swinging out, Baker Mazzara's like, I'm open, I'm just taking it. Screw it, it is what it is. The coach said if we're open, we got to have confidence. But he's trying to create a little bit for himself as well, too. Oh, ha, and 1. Florida with the chance to go up double digits. And like we said, chat, you can never, sometimes for these games, you can't look at the box score and go, oh, was that an iconic game or not? Florida's going to be up 10 or whatever here at the end of this game. And the second half wasn't as well played from Auburn, definitely, as the first. So, replay value, who knows? But iconic game between 2 SEC rivals, 2 SEC legends, chat. Janai Broom, is it fair to say SEC legend? Walter Clayton, again, these guys, you know, a couple seasons for... Oh, and there's the 3 for Baker Mazzara, finally, chat. He gets one to go. Defender in his face, just dribbles right up the court. So are we going to have to flip all our takes? He is the only guy with some confidence right now taking shots, you know? Broom, it doesn't seem like, is in the sort of same killer mindset that Baker Mazzara is. It is what it is. So down 5, 30 seconds. There's still at least a glimmer of hope for the Auburn Tigers. I don't even know what's going on in the NBA at this point, chat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is what you tune in for. Again, UConn and Paige Beckers, they're so dominant the other night. South Carolina, Dawn Staley, they're able to just go out and put up dominant performances. Oh, what's this trailer, chat? People dropping out of a skyscraper? Wait, who's in this movie? Director of Happy Death Day. Uh-oh. Chat, scary. Probably means I'm not going to be seeing it. I guess we'll have to ask. We'll have to champ GPT it and see what the champ says about the movie. Get a review. But the shot of her sliding out of the skyscraper there was, you know, obviously, chat, but pretty intense. Pretty intense. We had some mini flashbacks to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson hanging out of a skyscraper at one point in a movie literally called Skyscraper. But falling out of a skyscraper, grabbing a tablecloth. I imagine she's going to be dangling there at the edge. The movie's called Drop. Oh, PG-13. Always a weird thing to see PG-13 at the end of a intense trailer, chat. You're like, wait, am I not as tough as I think I am? I just got scared by these PG-13 moments. But I was just talking to somebody about this as well, too. Trailers are too good now. It's just any trailer makes any movie look good. So I don't trust a trailer in terms of the opinions for I look at trailers as their it's its own genre now. It's just its own separate form of entertainment. That movie was called Drop. The Drop movie versus the Drop trailer, two totally separate things at this point. I think, okay, is the Drop trailer? I guess we'll have to see, like, what was there a sound voiceover? I don't know what the audio was for that, but you know, the Drop trailer versus the actual Drop movie. You know, the Drop trailer might be like A+ tier trailer. There's like a Godzilla trailer that's like A+, and the movie you're like, okay, you know, is what it is. But you just can't trust them anymore, chat. I don't know who can you trust these days. The Rem and Sam pod. We'll have to go see some more movies, I guess, to actually be trustworthy on these new movies. We'll have to get back into the new movie scene, chat. I don't know if Drop is going to be the one. Maybe there is one director-actor combination with the movie that, you know, could get us back in the theaters. I guess shout out. We're not against supporting. I guess who even, you know, you always say support local, but then, you know, I guess we do have a local theater. Are they going to be showing these? They will. So are we going to be going to the local one? Yikes. But I guess what counts as local? If it's just a chain of Midwest theaters, is that, you know, does that count as local? It just, if the local business is just, you know, grown really successfully, then do we have to stop supporting them? I don't know if just because they have, you know, recliners doesn't mean that they're no longer a local business. But that could be the one that gets our triumphant return. Are we scarred from the Joker performance, chat? Todd Phillips. He was trying to screw over the movies, and guess what? He screwed over the movies, chat. We haven't been back. It is what it is. What it is. We don't trust anything anymore. The Joker 2 trailer, amazing. I watched that and I thought, Todd Phillips, I mean, you're a genius. This is the culmination of Todd Phillips' work right here. He has done the comedy, he's done the superhero, he's done, you know, the dramas and all the stuff, chat, and he's gonna do anti-hero drama musical, and it's gonna be in some of the shots, and it was like, oh, this is crazy. Auburn falling away in the corner from 3. No good. 24 seconds left. Shot clock turned off. Foul game to be played, but Florida seems a good free throw shooting team as well, too. So Bruce Pearl, he's in the rubbing his hair stage at this point. Yikes, chat. Never good. The temple massage is like that's a tough one for the coaches. We were talking about Dawn Staley pacing the sideline last night, but she never did. The UCLA coach get it to a temple massage at some point in the game? She might have. The Texas coach, he definitely did at one point, because I mean Texas even looked like they were going to be competitive through that game, and then South Carolina just totally flipped the script. But Grizzlies 70, Pistons 67. 3 minutes left in the third. Is that Conchar for 3? Who is that, chat? Shout out. A little Cade versus Desmond Bane versus Jaren Jackson. I haven't seen Ja out there yet, so we haven't even looked yet at the NBA games to see what's going on. There was an NBA game earlier as well, too, but like we said, we were listening to the college basketball game while we were pedaling around. But Pettiford flying into the rim gets denied by Condon. And again, just the way Florida flies around, the competitiveness of some of these guys, chat, is going to be fun against Duke. And Duke's going to get a little taste of their own medicine. Pause. Cooper flag. Maybe Florida is the team that brings out the villain in Duke. Condon fouled out. He had 1 point in this game, chat. I mean, he was absolutely everywhere. I felt like he was definitely majorly impacting this game. And he's a guy as well, too. If you look at the Florida team, he's the highest draft guy right now for Florida. He was, I thought he was in the first round. Yeah, I guess they got him. Speaking of that Clippers swap, they have him on the Clippers at 30. So I don't know if that's, you know, partially like an experienced team. Him versus Broom, chat. Is this a tankathon? Did they just update as well? Oh, 7 days ago. There's an update on the horizon. He might update tonight, chat. We may be in for another live Tankathon update. Shout out. Tankathon, call in. But, ooh, Charlotte, 33-34. That could be fun. With a little Clippers trade in there. Then the Clippers getting a couple extra guys in the roster. I don't know what the cap would allow them to do at this point. Danny Wolf to the Pacers, chat. Staying into the blue and yellow could be a lucky color scheme for him. But there's more time to do draft stuff as well. I guess there's a Duke-Houston game in the mix. Trying to dribble it out. Auburn still trying to foul. They are down 4. So I guess this game will look good. And just keep it nice. You got to just have the Indiana mentality at this point. Keep the game close. Make it look good for posterity's sake. We got to make our names look good. We got to remember. I mean, Thomas Haw, did this guy, his uncle had to have played with Larry Bird at Indiana State. Like, this team just feels like it has some real throwback players on it. Some real, throwback with the modern sort of crossover hybrid of the outside game. He might honestly be a Bird relative, to be honest. Similar stash. Oh, offensive rebound off the missed free throw. 10 seconds. Clayton's going to get the final free throws off for Florida, chat. Shout out to the Gators. Like we said, at least our bracket so far has not been a disaster. Did we end up picking all 4 of the... I'm trying to think. I don't think because we didn't pick, make no mistake. We thought about picking Michigan State to make the Final Four. We didn't pick Michigan State to make the Final Four. Couldn't definitely make that decision ourselves. I don't even want to look at our bracket at this point. What's the use, chat? We didn't get the perfect bracket. We first game perfect bracket was out the window. We had who was the first? We had Louisville winning over Creighton in that first one. So just immediately it's like, okay, it doesn't even matter what happens. Obviously, we can still have a really good bracket. And we've had some bad brackets in the past, some really bad brackets. So make no mistake. I think with just getting 3 of the 4 Final Four teams right is probably the best that we've done in a long time. But again, it wasn't really that hard to pause. It wasn't really that difficult to think up picking the 4 1 seeds. And I think I did end up picking Houston as well too. Oh no, chat! I had St. John in the Final Four. Did I have St. John's winning against? They would have played because it wouldn't have been Florida, chat. It would have been Auburn, right? So, or no, it would have been Florida. So did I have No, I had Florida over St. John's. So I did go with the right. Feel like I've tried to go with the right basketball pick then over the fan mindset, which maybe again is the right move. Do what you think is actually going to happen in the basketball games. But Florida, 4th national championship game in school history. Shout out Broom, a legendary run, one of our all-time non-Michigan players that we've rooted for. And again, one of the successful all-time Michigan guys. And honestly, again, with some of the history numbers and just the way that this field shaped out, with the expectations that we had for what Michigan was and their season ultimately being a really great season, he does, I think, have lesser harsh feelings for taking down our team. I get like some of those teams in the past, Michigan was actually really good. And the teams, like that Juzang team, that was an upset. It's like, oh, that one hurts. But that Auburn game made a lot of sense. Broom, he was fantastic in stretches in that game. And the first half was awesome as well, too. Unfortunately, we just got to listen to our guy have an awesome performance, but taking his team to the Final Four is no shabby deal, chat. It is what it is. So Florida in the national championship game. Shout out. Bravo to the Gators. You got to give it up where credit is due. Condon with 1 point. 0 for 5 is crazy. 1 point. 4 rebounds, 3 assists, a block. Just an active presence, chat. Chinyelu, chat, if I said that right. 2 for 2 from the field, but 9 rebounds. Will Richard 1 for 6. I mean, again, they didn't. You look at some of the final numbers. I guess this didn't ultimately end up even being the cleanest, performance game all the way around. But the Clayton performance is all-time stuff. 34 points, 5 of 8 from the field, 5 of 8 from 3, 7 of 7 from the free throw line. 2 assists, 4 rebounds. on top of that. And Ha with the 4 for 7 from the field, 12 points as well too. Being a big performance. 39 rebounds as a 39 rebounds as a team for Florida, sorry. And 30 rebounds for Auburn as a team is a big place to definitely win that game for Florida. The energy, crashing the glass was all over the place. Broom and Caldwell were definitely doing their jobs. Rebounding throughout this one. And Chaney Johnson as well too with 5 and 6. Broom finished with 15 and 7. They don't have the first half, second half splits up here, obviously. Roger Ayers is a college basketball referee now, chat. I didn't know he had stopped making songs and started reffing games. But what were we saying? Yeah. I don't know what the first half, second half splits were for Broom, but Baker Mazzara did end up as the lead scorer with 18. So, like we're saying, you got to give him credit for ultimately what it ended up being a good game as well, too. Even if there was some tough looks at the end of that game. Still a good performance. Still kind of showed some stuff, like we're saying, for the next level as well, too, chat. Which is pretty fun. So, I guess we'll just have to lick our wounds real quick. Pause. Hey, yo. Whoa. But shout out Janai Broom. It hasn't quite settled in that it's over yet. I mean, Hunter Dickinson just got a 7th year of eligibility left. So, Janai Broom, if you want to have one more year at Auburn, if you want to transfer to Michigan and have one more year in the college scene, make no mistake. The door is wide open. I'll even pitch in some NIL money myself to get Janai Broom. Do we have to start emailing the collectives? Hey, figure out how to get Janai Broom on this team paired up with taking the Danny Wolf spot, chat. I think it has a nice little ring to it. But let's take a quick break here before we get into Duke Auburn and some of the other. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Duke Auburn. Chat, Duke Houston at least in the Final Four. It could be Houston versus Florida in the national championship. There's only one way to find out, chat. Stay tuned. The game is about to start up in a couple minutes. There's some things that happened in the news as well too. The Hall of Fame class got announced for the NBA, or for basketball, I guess. We started to mention that a little bit yesterday, but the full class, of course, has been announced. So we could go through those names as well too. But we will do that, chat, right on the other side of this quick break. Okay, chap. Like I said, before we get to Duke Houston, while we are waiting in the intermission here, the 2025 National Basketball Hall of Fame, Basketball Memorial Hall of Fame, Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. What's it called, chat? I don't even know the title of it, but the class for the 2025 Basketball Hall of Fame. And again, it's going to be a mix of basketball personalities. There's going to be some NBA names, some college names, some coaches. I mean, there's coaches and personalities mixed into the classes every year, chat. But a couple of guys that we kind of mentioned as well too recently. I know we were starting to mention Carmelo Anthony yesterday and didn't really. Just probably started trailing off into some other ramble. But we talked about Dwight Howard as well too. So again, like, as much as you can debate the Dwight Howard career, chat, we did the whole rant on it. So it's out there if you guys want to go back and see it. But Danny Crawford, the referee. But yeah, Dwight Howard, like, the on paper resume is just too much to be a non-Hall of Famer. And I'd have to go back and really read up on what happened back in some of the locker, and some of the locker room stuff obviously was not all peak storylines emerging at that time. But is it to go back and differentiate? Was it basketball stuff going on? Was there like actual real life stuff that was going on? That's like, hey, like, okay, if there's gonna be some reasons why there's gonna be a reason to not necessarily do an accolade in this type of way. What do we actually talk about? For any reason that you're gonna look back at the Dwight Howard career for, whatever sort of ups and downs that there were. Again, it felt like a lot of it was the basketball related stuff. So again, it's a basketball Hall of Fame, but with just the peak basketball moments that he had, it was too dominant to not be in the mix. The, top 3 center in the league for over a half a decade there is a pretty impressive run. So definitely deserving, I think. It's like, is it the baseline of the Hall of Fame that we have now, or just a baseline of whatever the theoretical, maybe different version of the Hall of Fame is? But I'm not too against anybody that's in the Hall of Fame right now, chat, to be honest. It's not super good. Everybody in the Hall of Fame is a good basketball player. It's not like there's no bad basketball. And even in NBA context, varying levels of all-stars and all-NBAs and playoff successes, but everybody in there is, was either a 20-point-a-game scorer, a really elite role player, defensive guy in some kind of way, or won championships. Like, there's something you can point to, chat, to be a reason. Billy Donovan, so he's going in as just a coach in general, so not for the college thing specifically, because he's been a good NBA coach. But if it was just an NBA Hall of Fame, I don't know if he would be making it on the basis of that run. But he had, of course, the 2 national championships back to back with Florida, that Joakim Noah Horford team. Guided Gators, consecutive national, 4 Final Four appearances total, 500 victories. Florida and Marshall at 94, 96. So when was Randy Moss at Marshall? Maybe a couple of years before that, but that's kind of right in the range, Chad. So did they have Billy Donovan, Randy Moss, and Chad Pennington all at the same time? It's kind of a stacked college just randomly in the mid-90s. But, ended up in the NBA for, the last decade now. At this point, Billy Donovan with the decade-long NBA run. When he started it, you would definitely have been like, yeah, that makes sense. He's going to be a really good NBA coach. And then there's times in that run where you're like, Billy Donovan's going to have a decade-long NBA coaching run. But you start stacking up the years, chat, and you get there. Danny Crawford, the referee, one of the most respected referees over his 32-year career, officiated 2,000 regular season games, 300 playoff games, 30 final contests, and was selected to work the finals in 23 consecutive seasons, including Game 5 of the 2017 finals. Worked in many of the league's significant games, including the 1992 Dream Team's first Olympic contest and multiple All-Star games. He served as a referee in the Missouri Valley Conference prior to his NBA debut, chat. So I guess shout out to Danny Crawford, not Joey Crawford, who once threw out Tim Duncan for laughing on the bench. So definitely, I don't know if I would necessarily be the most reliable person to ask about the Joey Crawford Hall of Fame possibility. But Danny Crawford, shout out, of course. It doesn't seem like there's a betting scandal in here as of yet. But I guess Carmelo Anthony being inducted twice, chat, as a member of in the same year, as a member of the 2008 U.S. Olympic basketball team, and as just an individual player himself. So like we're, top 25 or top 75 player of all time on that list. So there's just no doubt that prior to this that he's going to get in, and even first ballot as well too. I don't know what the next, the honorable mentions were for this year, chat, who was nominated and who was the most immediate players left off the list. But it doesn't matter. Melo should be the first guy up into the Hall of Fame whenever year that is. So this year makes perfect sense that he gets in. And they're naming the Olympic team, so the Basketball Hall of Fame. I mean, if you are putting the Olympic career on top of that, chat, then there's just no doubt that Melo is one of the 70, 75 best players of all time. It's pretty obvious. Oh, Jelly Roll with a mid-game performance. Doing the Coca-Cola mid-game show, chat. Shout out Jelly Roll. This is like the most Jelly Roll music I've ever listened to right here. Shout out. I guess he was on that. He did feature in that Eminem song as well, too, on the Death of Slim Shady album. So we did hear him on that first a couple times, I guess. But in terms of his own catalog, I don't know if he's doing a cover here, but I can't really hear what he's performing, chat. What is he? I guess if we listen, it's not like we're going to know what Jelly Roll song is being played. Are we going to have to Shazam this real quick? Oh, this is kind of a sexy Jelly Roll song. Oh! The drummer, pause! A pretty crazy lick, chat. That was wild. Is this okay for CBS? A Louisville fan? Yeah. But, yeah, shout out Melo. And there was the storylines going around as well, too. People asking the question about which Nuggets jersey should the franchise retire, because they are one of the franchises that have, again, like multiple. It's not, of course, rare to have multiple great players, but multiple great players that are actually wearing the same number is, I think, a little bit rare. I don't know if we can actually go through all of the jersey numbers, but I don't think it's necessarily fun to be either, the super rational guy in a conversation like this as well, too. But again, it is rare. They're not necessarily the first team to have, again, hot take, chat, great players wear the same number for the same franchise. So there are, I guess, is Bill Russell the only league-wide retired number? I think number 6 might be the only one, chat, at this point. But, for example, the Lakers have multiple players that wore number 32. I mean, Magic and Shaq both wore number 32. I mean, that's great. I think 32 is, and the reason that we brought this one up first, because I think it's probably the best number. I guess 23, of course, is pretty good as well. MJ and LeBron is a pretty good 1-2 combo. And am I crazy? Who's the third best 23 of all time? What number was Gil Goodrich, chat? But again, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and Magic. And I know there's a couple other 32s that, I guess, Trey Burke, Chubby Cox. Hey, yo, chat. Pause. Chris Dunn. Oh, Dr. J, of course. His ABA run wore number 32, and then he did move to number 6 as well in the Sixers. You also get, Sean Elliott for the Spurs, who, if, we had to assemble a full 12-man squad for these teams. Again, the depth of the the number 32 squad is pretty good. Sean Elliott's maybe not a starter in this lineup. I say maybe. Again, we're at Chuck, Dr. J, Shaq, and Magic. So it's going to be a tough competition for this 5th spot if Sean Elliott's going to get on it. He's definitely going to have to win it in the camp if he does get it. But a guy like Sean Elliott off the bench is actually pretty crazy. Oh, Kid, of course, chat. Kid, the years before our time, chat. Right before, and, you know, as we're gaining consciousness, Jason Kidd is wearing number 32. So that's why that's not necessarily burned into our brain. But that's kind of a perfect fifth guy. I know you don't have the perimeter shooting, but Chris Middleton? Oh, Kevin McHale, chat? So do you go Barkley, McHale, Shaq, and Magic? And then who else were we saying, chat? I'm not even gonna remember all the. It's too many guys to remember. Oh, Jason Kidd. Where's the other guys? Shaq, Dan Roundfield, Detlef Schrempf, Ralph Simpson, Amari, as well, of course. Cat, Dean Wade. Shout out Dean Wade. Lenny Wilkins, Hall of Famer Lenny Wilkins. So yeah, 32 is obviously stacked, but again, you have Shaq, you have Magic, both wearing number 32 for the same franchise. As the most obvious example, both of those guys are getting their jersey retired. So, I mean, the obvious, easy example for what do you do in this situation? You have Jokic, this all-time great player, and you have Melo, this all-time great player. Whose jersey do you retire? You obviously retire both. The problem becomes, chat, is which jersey do you retire first? Not necessarily which jersey do you retire in general. Because, again, you can retire both of them. But, and I guess we'd have to go back and remember, like, when did they retire Magic's jersey? But Shaq didn't have, like, obviously his full career for the Lakers. He was only there for, what, 4 or 5 years? 5 years? They won the 3 titles in 4 years. Okay, yeah, he had a couple of, I was going to say, he got there in the 90s, but I didn't remember exactly. I thought it was 98, 99, but he got there in 96, 97. So 8 years on the Lakers, did play quite a bit. But was it 92, 93, I believe, was the last Magic season, maybe? Did the Bulls play the Lakers in the finals this year? Or was that the year before? Oh, that was the year before, chat. So was 92, 93 then the first year that... Oh, the year before. Played the Lakers in 90, 91 that year. So was 91, 92 then the first Magic year that he missed? Let's double check here. 11 years from 79, chat. 79, 80. Yeah, 91, 92 was the first season that he missed, and then he eventually returned for those 32 games in the 95, 96 season. But yeah, you get Shaq entering the league right as Magic announces kind of this sickness. So, and again, it's like, what are you retiring Magic's jersey right away? Are you leaving the... Wait, is he on the... But you get the... Do you retire his jersey like right away? And, you know, how do you react to that type of stuff? Or do you actually have to wait for Shaq to like play out his career? And again, it happens kind of instantaneously. In the Carmelo thing, you know, Carmelo was obviously off the Nuggets a lot farther from when Jokic got there. Like, there was some years between his Nuggets tenure and Jokic's Nuggets tenure, but obviously not out of the league when Jokic got to the Nuggets and was still... Like, you can't retire Melo's number necessarily while he's playing. That'd be a crazy move, chat. In some ways, it would be, you know, like a crazy honor, I guess, to be like, oh, would the Cavs... Wait, whoa! Sorry, excuse me, chat. But, would, like, the Cavs potentially retire LeBron's jersey, like, while he's still playing? That'd, again, be a wild move. Be like, oh, wow, they're really paying. And I guess Dan Gilbert wouldn't do that. And Jelly Roll is starring in Fire Country? Is Jelly Roll going to sub in for Duke? What's going to happen? Jelly Roll's just all over. Or is he going to play for Houston? Jelly Roll and Calvin Sampson? I don't know if Calvin Sampson would let Jelly Roll in the locker room, chat. John Shire, though, cool with the kids. Is Con Knipple a... Which Duke player listens to the most Jelly Roll? Is Con Knipple the lead contender for that? I think Con Knipple is... I think he's got good music taste, but I would say maybe he listens to... I guess, are we saying, like, we've been listening to a lot of 90s hip-hop, obviously, but does he listen to, like, Wu-Tang and Tribe? Or does he listen to Jelly Roll and Walker Howard? Or who was the country star that had the Applebee's song, chat? Is Walker Howard the guy? Did the quarterback also drop the Applebee's song? Because, again, I don't know if that guy's catalog has risen to the point where we know that it's like, oh yeah, remember that guy? Remember when he dropped the Applebee's song back in the day? So maybe we're just not as locked in on the country music scene as we should be, chat. But yeah, I guess shout out to potentially Walker Howard for that song. But again, the question becomes, now that Melo's retired, now that Melo's in the Hall of Fame, at what point could you retire his number while Jokic is still playing? And then Jokic has to potentially give up his number, or, like ask Melo, is it okay if I have to wear it? And then Melo gets into the point where he's like, okay, now, it's okay for you to go ahead and wear the jersey. Because what's Melo? I mean, be a wild move for Melo to be like, no. But, he's probably got to let Jokic continue to wear number 15. So it becomes kind of an awkward situation. Otherwise, now you've let Melo retire, him make the Hall of Fame, and you have to let Jokic play out the rest of his career, again, either in Denver or even if he leaves, just the rest of his NBA career. And then you probably have to retire Jokic's number first. Or you have to do a double ceremony, but then that kind of becomes weird for you. I mean, the thing about Jokic is the one player in NBA history that would honestly, and I guess like would Tim Duncan have cared if some other player had worn 21 and they retired their number at the same time? He probably wouldn't have mind. But Jokic would... Melo could literally be a stand-in for the ceremony. Jokic is like, there's already a guy there to get his number retired. Perfect. Now I don't even have to show up. It's like, Jokic, we're doing it at halftime of the game. He's like, I don't even want to leave the locker room. It's fine. I'll be out for the second half. I'll already be out later. I'm not leaving the locker room early just to get my... I guess he'd be retired at this point, chat. But he's like, I'm not just leaving Slovenia or Serbia. Hopefully we're not going to stir up controversy, chat. I'm not going to leave my home country for just getting my number retired at the halftime of a game. If Melo's already there, Melo can do it. So a double jersey retirement is probably the way to go. But again, Jokic is the type of guy where, for that franchise, there are a few guys that have risen a franchise in that level and been a commitment to that. Again, LeBron is obviously, to tie everything back to LeBron has risen the Cavs from, again, to that level where it's like, what were they in the past to now? And I guess the Nuggets were a good team in the past, a really great ABA history. Was there even some ABA titles in the past as well? I'm not even sure what their ABA run is, but a lot of ABA legends for sure for the Nuggets. And, again, really solid NBA teams. And you get to talk about Carmelo, like that. Those Carmelo teams were in the conference finals and really competitive. And Carmelo's a legend. They had great players on the team with Melo as well too. So it's not like the Nuggets are necessarily like, is it devoid or just void? They're not just void of history, but they don't have that top end championship stuff. And they hadn't even really made a finals. For as good as they had been, they hadn't even seen, the last stage of the board. But Dirk is obviously, as the more as time goes on, the more impressive the 2011 Dirk title becomes, if not the most. But the way that he lifted the Mavs team as well too, where what is the Mavs history pre-Dirk? Great players like did Mark McGuire or Aguirre? There's a Aguirre that played for the Mavs that was really good that ended up going to the Pistons, but was he like their leading scorer before Dirk potentially? That's like one of the few legends from the 70s and 80s from the Mavs that I know. And make no mistake, I'm not going back and looking up Mavs history. The Mavs are one of those franchises, chat. I'm good. I don't need to know what the Mavs are up to. I guess do we need to know the enemy? That would be a Kendrick move. Kendrick knows everything about the strat. I guess is Kendrick the new Bill Belichick, chat? It was always what would Bill Belichick do, but now it's how would Kendrick game plan? Because we haven't seen Bill Belichick game plan in a couple years, but we will, chat. We'll just have to see him, I guess, Instagram post up until then. But Kendrick obviously would go back and learn the history of all the rivals of who the Mavs legends were and all that stuff. Or like Kevin Garnett, I don't know, he would be talking smack about Mavs legends, or worse than that, chat. PG-13 Kevin Garnett would be doing that. But the way that he actually was able to give them some basketball validity as a franchise, finally, it like went all the way till Dirk, and then all the way till Dirk winning the NBA Finals in 2011. Because even like Tim Duncan was the guy that brought the Spurs a championship, but again, he was joining David Robinson, and David Robinson had made that team a really competitive team. David Robinson's an MVP of the league. George Gervin's a Hall of Famer. So the Spurs are a little nuggetsy in the pre-Duncan to pre-Jokic history. I guess I'm just a little more biased to the Spurs guys, but I love the Nuggets guys. I kind of like, Alex English. That's definitely a Remin Sam all-star team guy, like history team guy that would be on our legendary team as well. Just like random legends that we'd want to put on a team. I definitely have him in the mix, chat. Issel, he's fun as well too. He'd go Fat Lever, chat. Really kind of like sneaky. That whole one of the sneaky 2K teams. I forget exactly what year I was really playing 2K, but one of the 2K, it might have been 20. It was in the early 20s. It's like 21 or 22. But that the all-time Nuggets team is a really fun team. And I don't even remember, I guess Jokic was on that team, but it was kind of right before, I guess, Jokic went to the finals. I think it was maybe the year that Giannis won the finals was the year that I was really playing 2K, like the year after that. So then again, that 2K is that Giannis thing. So did Jokic get bounced in the first round of the playoffs? So did he win his first? He would have won his first MVP that year, and then Giannis won the finals MVP, if I'm not getting that timeline wrong. But Bane, speaking of Walter Clayton Jr., chat, is Walter Clayton Jr. like a 6'2" Bane? I mean, if you made Bane 6'2", is he a bad player now? Who knows, chat? But he's got 31 tonight as well too in this Pistons Grizzlies game. But yeah, that all-time Nuggets team is fun. Fat Lever as the point guard, Carmelo, Dan Issel, Alex English spacing the floor a little bit. Nice little mid-range game, of course. And then Mutombo as well too. Mutombo as a fun center on that team. So really, both guys should get number 15 up in the rafters. Obviously, number 15 is going to go away for the Nuggets at some point anyways. But Melo, it's just one of the toughest jersey beats in NBA history. And again, like to compare it to the Magic to Shaq thing, there is no. Well, I guess even like Magic is still, from a Lakers standpoint, as much as you respect the Shaq run and as much as you would categorize that as the peak of Shaq's career and maybe still the most notable version of Shaq, Magic is still a more iconic Laker than Shaq as well too. So the fact that Shaq can precede, or is precede the right one, chat? I think precede is to be before. The fact that Shaq can be after Magic Johnson, his career can be after Magic Johnson's, and he can still have the historic run that he did, where he can be the all-time great. Still like kind of my franchise, and I'm still the godfather of this team in a way. Like even Kareem, of course, the Bucks run, but it's really an argument between Magic and Kobe as who the Lakers. Just the youth, and I don't think Kobe's, and especially with the modern NBA as well too. Like Magic is, of course, the playmaking's always translatable, but there's something about the vision that's a little more intangible than maybe the way that Kobe's gameplay. Not that Kobe didn't have intangibles as well. That's not the point. But Kobe's shot making, Kobe just taking a bunch of shots. Chat players like I can do that. I can learn to fade away. But it's also that Michael Jordan, just great player legacy as well too. Like that lineage of players just not going to go away from history. And Kobe's name is always just going to be right at the top of the list, of course. But Magic is like, yeah, it's okay that Shaq can also get his jersey retired because I can still keep my spot. For Melo, again, for as much as the career was debated, the one thing that he did have for him was like he was the greatest Nugget of all time. That was still kind of unquestionable. I guess we'd have to go back to some of those ABA. If we're just doing technical franchise greatest player, I guess we should actually check chat. Sometimes it takes us 2 seconds. Takes a second to remember that. But 0 ABA championship. I just assumed that they had actually gotten one in the ABA, with again as talented as that team was. But in Dan Issel chat, the coaching run apparently not as successful as the player run. A couple of coaching runs in there, neither of them as successful as the player run. But their best ABA year, they made the finals the last year of the ABA. Did they lose to the Nets, maybe? Dr. J? We'll just guess Dr. J. Yeah, I mean, obviously, they lost to Dr. J. Who else was winning finals in the ABA chat? Larry Brown coaching the Nuggets back in the 70s? Unbelievable. He just had to have reincarnated a couple times. Is there, like, half reincarnation where you reincarnate as like an older version of yourself, but you still reset a little bit? Because make no mistake, Larry Brown coached for a long time. But Dr. J, Brian Taylor, John Williamson, Rich Jones, Kim Hughes, Al Skinner, Seun Nader chat, Ted McCain. Just to name a few guys. Shout out to the 75-76 New York Nets roster. But that would have been their best shot at an ABA title. So that would have been the only other time they would have even have been in the championship game prior to Jokic. So yeah, nobody from the ABA run playoff-wise. I guess this team was, of course, in the playoffs every year. I mean, they divisional semis, divisional. I don't know, I guess for the ABA was divisional. Did they have divisions or conferences? Does that mean they were in the semifinals? Whatever, chat. They were a competitive playoff team for a lot of the ABA run. But I think scoring, stats, all the career stuff was basically Melo. The individual seasons as well, too. Him, once we start hitting that 08-09 range, is pretty hard to top pause as a NBA season guy. So they had him 6 for PER behind Larry Jones, Dan Issel, Alex English, David Thompson, and Carmelo. And David Thompson, definitely didn't have the full career that Melo had, so he's going to win out in that respect. Win shares per 48. Oh, Carmelo! We're trying to make a defensive Carmelo here. Chauncey, I guess, again, some individual shorter runs. Chauncey Billups, Kostas Koufos, number 5 all time. So maybe not like a perfect stat. There's maybe a better way to filter it. Value over replacement player 7th. Jokic 1, Alex English 2, and Jokic is at 72.7 VORP, and Alex English is at 34.3 as the second best player. Carmelo is at a 16.5 chat. The advanced stats, I mean, probably some of the efficiency with Melo and some of the field goal percentage. But I feel like if Melo was playing today as well, too, with the focus on efficiency in a different way, I feel like he would definitely have had better percentages than maybe he did some of those years there at that time. But Fat Lever, Bobby Jones, David Thompson, and like we're saying again. So, again, there's some advanced stats say maybe some guys. There's some like on the court fit stuff that's like, is there trade value cases that you could make for other players? But the total career, the legacy, the playoff success is just too much for any of the other Nuggets players to overcome until Nikola Jokic, chat. That is obviously the player that messed it all up for Carmelo Anthony. But it doesn't matter. He still gets in the Hall of Fame. Either way. So you get the team, the 08 Olympic team, Melo, Crawford, Billy Donovan, Dwight Howard. For the women, of course, Sue Bird. I mean, if we're talking about just the most, no-brainer Hall of Fame picks, chat, this is definitely actually one of the ones. Sylvia Fowles, chat, definitely a lock. Maya Moore. I mean, this is a Hall of Fame class right here, chat. So, limited, honestly, for both sides. It's kind of... I would kind of like to see who they ended up picking Howard and Melo over. Again, not those guys weren't deserving. I'm glad they're getting in. I just be interesting to see the list, just in general. But these are like, oh yeah, Sue Bird's a lock. Again, they're locks. It's just I don't know if we're in the receiver spot with them. Again, I don't think we are because there's a lot of names in the NBA Hall of Fame right now. But is there a couple of obvious legends that I'm just not thinking of that are floating around where it's like, okay, again, as much as we love Dwight Howard, it's, is there some guy from the 50s, 60s that maybe Chad is like, can we wait till 26 to get Howard in? Do we have to start looking up some ages for some of these stars and seeing who's out there? But Maya Moore, of course, one of the just great, if you're looking, I don't know how long the NBA or WNBA career ended up being, but four WNBA championships, of course, 7-season career for the WNBA. So that 11-season run from freshman in college to, stepping away from basketball is really one of the great 11-year runs that anybody's had, Chad. I know, again, you start going the cross comparison of 7 years WNBA to 4 years college, and Stewart versus Maya Moore. What other UConn legends do you want to start arguing over Maya Moore as a better college career player? But if you just go those, what 11-year span has anybody had as a basketball player? I mean, her dominance is crazy. You're talking 4 college national titles, and as for UConn, again, it can be that team where maybe you emerge as a role player earlier on, and then you find your stride as a star player later down the line in your junior and senior year. Maybe you just have to wait on the bench a little bit, and then it's like, oh, now you're more of a third or a fourth option in your junior year, and now you're a second or first option in your senior year. But yeah, right away, chat, she is 30 minutes a game, 13 shots on 17 points, a first-team All-American. First-team All-American all 4 seasons as well, too. So that's, again, as important as 4 NBA championships, or 4 WNBA, 4 college women's championships, chat. To just clarify, it's like, oh, yeah, she was also, at the same time, one of the 5 best players on that side of the sport, arguably in the sport in general. And the efficiency is crazy. 4-year career, chat, 52% from the field, 40% from 3 is wild. 20 points a game, 8 rebounds, 3.5 assists. So, 4-time... Oh, wait, how many... 4-time All-American, how many championships? 2-time champion? Wait, so what did it say here, chat? Oh, 4-time champion for the Lynx. Okay, so yeah, 4 for the Lynx and 2 for the Huskies. So you think 6 championships in 11 years? That kind of efficiency? Now, I guess that is basically if MJ... I guess he didn't have too many Wizards years there, but if MJ doesn't end up playing for the Wizards or retire, if you take away the couple of seasons where Jordan retired, move up that timeline, so then I guess what happens to Hakeem's titles in this hypothetical situation, because I don't know if we can adjust the Hakeem titles 3 years later and just say, okay, Jordan retires and then Hakeem wins. Jordan wins 6 in a row and then Hakeem wins his 2 titles, because Hakeem was just in a different spot of his career. Maybe that's where Shaq steps in. I mean, obviously Shaq gets his 3, but maybe he steps in at that point and wins the title early. Maybe that, Duncan would have been still in it. He won his titles. So those bigs just dominated right away as well too, and immediately maybe one of those Pacers teams steps through at that point and gets a win. But I mean, obviously, the Celtics from back in the day. Bird is one of the great, Bird and Magic, one of the great college to NBA runs. Bird, it's a little different from the college standpoint, of course, because he just had more of a college career. So, again, you start looking at the total years played, basketball years for those guys. There's, maybe a few more seasons for Bird to go back to. But even LeBron, like LeBron's best 11-year stretch, and if we were going any 11, not just like his first 11 years or his last 11 years, if we were taking like the middle 11 years, and again, what 11 years do we want to take, Chad? It would be, where are we going? LeBron, here we go. Obviously, we're thinking those peak years across of the Miami, Cleveland, and then sort of into the LA run. Because I think you can get, did he win all 4 of his titles in an 11-year span? He definitely did, Chad. Because he won those Cleveland and Miami titles not too far apart. But if we go from basically 2010 to 2021, the problem is you get 2020 and 2021 as kind of injury lower games played seasons for LeBron. He's at 45 and 46 games played. 55 the next year, and then 71 and 66 this year. He's going to, maybe be back near that 70-game mark again this year, Chad. But those seasons, he was 26, 7 and 7, 52% from the field, 35% from the 3. And, of course, first team All-NBA every season except for 3. And won those 4 titles. If we were just trying to boost the stats, maybe, maybe some of the assist and rebound numbers go up a little bit later in his career. But if we were going a little bit earlier, so if we just went, where was that title season, Chet? That was 1920. Yeah, okay, I was going to say it was either 1920 or 2021, but 2021 was the Bucks. So yeah, 1920 was the Lakers. So if we go 1920 to 2009 and 2010, move it back a little bit. 27, 7 and 7, 52.6, 35. The consistency, it's all the same, Chad. Just LeBron's numbers are all going to be, consistently, not average, Chad, but the averages are going to be consistently amazing. There we go. That was the best way to say it. But, yeah, Maya Moore, just one of the great stretches of basketball that we've had. So, ESPN spoiling the Sling stream, Chat. We're not going to be able to watch again. It is what it is. We'll have to find the score over here and just hover out on a non-live update. But these are the type of games that we can't risk, Chat, knowing the result. I don't want to spoil the game for myself. I don't want to know what's going to happen. The fact that we picked Florida to make the national championship game, right? I mean, Florida versus Duke has to be the most picked national championship game. So the odds that we actually get both of those teams in the mix does seem pretty low. But again, Duke is the best team in the nation, and Florida already won their matchup. So it's not crazy to think, can we rely on the best team in the nation to take care of business? But Cryer hits the opening 3, Chat. There it is. The experience. If there's going to be a guy that can take down this Duke team, it would be a guy with the experience and the ability to just, calmly maneuver through these moments, Chat, against a team that is going to bring a lot of energy and a lot of intensity throughout the game. Knipple driving, not able to get the and one, but bouncy attacking right off the basket. So Flag, he's known to distribute a little bit early in these games. He'll definitely play his role. If he needs to take over, then he definitely will. But he had a little moment around the rim there where I don't know if he had a perfectly clean look, but passed it back down to Knippel. So Knippel's ability to attack off of Flag's drives and off of Flag's creation is going to be important. And then, of course, Proctor spacing, Sion James hitting corner threes as well, too, of course, is going to be insanely important. But most of Houston's team in general is a lot of returning guys, I believe, from compared to Duke, where it's a lot of, like we're saying, some of the younger guys, some of the newer guys, and still some guys like Proctor that are experienced, but still some guys that maybe aren't as used to a moment like this as maybe some of the Houston guys. If it does get into a feisty game, and that type of just dribble pull-up three early on is not the type of look that you would expect from an experienced team. Cryer missing the midi, chat, to start up. Okay, chat, I've got to go grab the crumble cookie that's off the screen. I thought I grabbed it and brought it over here, but it is what it is. It's too long. I'm caving right now. Live. Check the tape. Oh, chat. Beautiful. Beautiful little double chocolate baby. What are we talking about? Crumble cookie, chat. We're talking about crumble cookie. It's still 3-2. So, is this just going to be an iconic night of basketball? Oh, Grizzlies. It's 108-103. Another win. I don't know if we have to go look at their run here since they've fired Taylor Jenkins, chat. Sort of maybe visionary stuff for how the team was operating, as they would be asked in the moment of what the team was thinking. And team maybe moving on from a coach that we still consider to be a successful coach. Jenkins reevaluation. I don't know if I want to be the one to sit here and call for it, chat, but I'm just saying that, you know, if you're not really knowing how to use John Morant, that's kind of a problem. I get John Morant's not been out there, but screens for him, that's too much of an ask for a head coach. So maybe there is something to it, chat. Maybe these Swedes know what they're up to when they're diagramming these plays. John Shire, is he Swedish? Do we need to get a 23andMe on John Shire? He might be, chat. The Swedes are taking over basketball. Who would have guessed? Oh, Sharp, the early missed free throw. Houston. You can't be making those kind of sloppy mistakes early on. It is what it is. Uh-oh, chat. This is going to lead to some awkward silences. My apologies. But the temptation is just too much. It is what it is. It's that time of the night. Did we cross our snacking deadline for the night? I think we did that. We're there. 5 offensive rebounds early on for Houston, but it's Knippel with the 3. Knippel. All 5 of Duke's points to start. And they have the lead. Houston has more offensive rebounds than points. How many times in a game will you see that? Cooper Flag with the steal. Keeps it in bounds. Who is driving to the rim right now? Knippel was out on the perimeter for 3, and they didn't pass to Knippel. You got to slip it to the nip. Houston in transition. Gets the bucket to go. This is what Duke needs, chat. The defense is, I think, of course, as they were saying in the intermissions and stuff, and as a lot of people talk about with the Duke conversation, their defense is one of the things that carries the team. They're an elite defensive team. But it's not just I think the defense into offense where they're scoring in transition. They definitely are. But I think as a team in general, they just get, man, I think a lot of teams do, but they get more energy from playing good defense. I think they really get, and you just get energized from making good plays. But this is a Duke team that can cross over into that passionate Duke team. Duke, Cooper flag from the outside. Pow! 8-6. But, yeah, Chet, what were we saying? I forgot what we were saying there. Just ramble about something, I guess. But Houston, it really has only been that interior effort that's keeping them in the game so far. Not really able to get the floater to go either. They haven't really hit their outside shots, their perimeter looks. And they can't get stops. Proctor driving in. Calvin Sampson, uh-oh. That under 12 is approaching, but an early timeout. You let your guys play through it in the Final Four? Who learned from who? Missoula or Calvin Sampson? No timeout from Calvin Sampson and just immediately nip the dupe. But in the run, and LJ Cryer settles him down immediately, chat. It's kind of just Cryer one-on-one, creating for himself. I know we just saw Walter Clayton take on Auburn by himself, but obviously Auburn's offense, and in the second half as well too, was maybe a little different than what this Duke offense could potentially be. And again, Clayton still was getting some help with some of the performers. Oh, flag right in the face of his defender. Not able to get it to go. That would have been a early frustrating play. You can't call it a backbreak or anything like that, but early frustrating. Yeah, 3 for 13 from Houston. Oh, Cryer with the step back. 4. Oh, in and out. Somebody screwed the rims in too tight, chat. It's Cooper flag going coast to coast. 12-8. Early on. It's Duke. 15, 20-point games for our guy, Cooper flag. Coop and Con. Cop and Con? I don't know if there's a nickname, a buddy cop, con man nickname that we need to come up with these guys for, but a Con Knipple, Cooper Flag buddy cop movie. Space Jam 3, Con Knipple and Cooper Flag. It's the nip slip backdoor. Laying it in. 14-8. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Duke. They're looking scary. They're looking like the team to beat. It's Cryer. He gets the foul. Yeah, but even if he scores the 30 in the same way that Clayton does, I don't know if not only will it, it's a matter of them winning the game. Could the game get out of hand and he still have a great performance? Because it seems like maybe the connectivity as well, too, between Houston and Florida. Florida was just a much more, ball whipping around the perimeter, sort of moving and getting into their stuff. And, finding Clayton back at the end of plays. Like, there was just a lot more cohesiveness with that unit than maybe what is going on with Houston here. And again, so the defense, the effort, the individual toughness of the guys is what the team is definitely built on. But you're going to need some settled down offensive possessions at some point to find yourself some good looks. Not to say that Cryer creating for himself are bad looks, but he can't score 60 by himself. Shout out. Don't take that as a diss if you're listening, Cryer. Do you have your phone in the huddle? That'd be crazy. That's how you know we're really screwed, chat. They're already taking the phones in the locker rooms. Apparently, everybody just... I say apparently, but... I don't know. You can't not check your phone at halftime. I feel like there's even a way to, an NBA player, you can't... Or even a college player with an NIL deal now. You can't get, a second phone. I maybe would get, a second phone with only Spotify on it. The text, just, you always have to have, I guess, the just in case. But if anything was a super bad emergency, again, you're going to be probably most likely you're going to be on the court. I guess, if this is the reason that you're like, I got to have my phone in case of emergency, you never know. So I guess, while I have my phone, I'll just be on Twitter at the halftime or, Instagram or whatever you're going to be on. But if something like you absolutely have to know about goes down, chat, they'll definitely let you know. And if it was to go down in the locker room when you were getting a text again, and it becomes a process of like, oh, we let this person know he's not responding. But again, you're an NBA player. They know where you're at. You're probably at the game. Unless you're Derrick Rose at that one point. But otherwise, you're probably accounted for. You're in the locker room. You're on the court. We can get you the message. Just the music, whatever music podcast app you need. Because I'd even be afraid to get YouTube on there. You say you could get YouTube to quote unquote listen to some stuff as well, but even Spotify now as well with the video stuff. Shout out. I mean, you can watch the Rem and Sam live streams. They're uploaded to all the pod platforms as well too after they're posted, or after they're done here. So with Spotify's video capabilities, I make no mistake, Rem and Sam OG Spotify video users, you can go back. There's a vast catalog of Rem and Sam video podcasts, but even that could be a little too distracting at some point. I don't know. Do you delve into audiobooks? Maybe you get a phone and you just start down. You have to just start getting into other hobbies of other things that you're like, I guess, is this productive? Like, I guess I have to get a crossword puzzle app now and play this before the game. But I don't know. Just scrolling social media and that stuff would just seem like, and maybe that's just me, chat, but I think I could, there's a version of, I could definitely, if you said, hey, you can't be on your phone during an NBA game, I think the music part of it would be difficult. But then again, I think you could, MP3 player? I'm not, it's not like I'm not from the MP3 player generation. I definitely could have missed it. There's a version of it where I could have started getting the tech, early, get all the tech right away, and then you're just right up into the iPod, iPhone, all that stuff. But to be honest, chat, I'm kind of glad that I was a little behind in getting into some of the, and I'm sitting here in my 20s talking like I didn't know what a phone was. Not that, it's just like, okay, is it in your life? Are you using it on a daily to day basis? Like, I think it was like 16 or 17 maybe when I got my first phone. So that's pretty, people are like, whoa, chat. But I mean, that wasn't super crazy for 10 plus years ago. And I don't think it's, I guess if somebody didn't have a phone at 16 now, that'd be kind of nuts. But it wasn't like unsurvivable back in the day. So it's not like I'm not from a generation where I couldn't figure out how to upload music onto an MP3 player. If I got really, really desperate, throw a couple pods up there and just be ready for the games. But, and then, you start going just like album style as well too. It's just really old school, fun way to listen to music. So I don't think I would need to be on my phone in an NBA game at all. Or, college game. Or whatever. But LJ Cryer, if you're on your phone randomly checking, make no mistake, us saying that you're not going to be able to score 62 points by yourself is not a diss. It's just us trying to be able to do a little bit of basketball math on the side as well too. So shout out to the Grizzlies for getting the win. I don't know, is that the last NBA TV game? It might have been, chat. Are we going to get another, are the games going to go late into the night here tonight, or are we going to get just the early slate? Again, I didn't check the full slate of games. I probably should have, chat. Should have caught up. But we'll see what games we can potentially dive into here as secondary games. As League Pass, I don't know if it's just end of season, more people are watching, or they're like vacationing people right now to get ready for the playoffs, and there's less staff members manning the boards, or however the app works. But League Pass, I'm not trying to say it's going backwards. Maybe it's intentional. I think was I seeing something about them wanting to go away from it? Okay, so we do have a Mavs versus Clippers matchup for the potential nighttime thing. That's always a thing, Chad. It's, is it basketball or is it a movie? What are we watching tonight? What is the move? So I guess tonight is basketball, though. Mavs, though, chat. You never know. You never know. Hopefully Hopefully Davis is playing and or plays a good game. But we do have that Bucks Heat game on that is about to enter the fourth quarter as well, too. So perfect timing, chat. Giannis only down 7. It's not too bad yet. It's manageable. It's a couple of Giannis drives to the rim, put his head down, get a couple of free throws, pause. Oh, and you forget about that Bobby Portis suspension, chat. The Bucks, unfortunately, I don't know if the Bobby Portis suspension swings them in either. It obviously swings it a little bit more negatively for them than it does positively, which is always a tough situation to be in with your players. But either way, if you got Portis out there in a cup, there's going to be 1 or 2 playoff games that he's going to go off in, and it's going to be difficult to compete against that Bucks team because of that. You're going to have Giannis in his bag, Portis in his bag, maybe Lopez is hitting a couple of threes, and then Kuzma's also having a fit. Just like all AJ Green, all the pieces are clicking, and he's a part of that. Then, the Bucks team are going to be a feisty team to play. And is he out for just the rest of the regular season, or is he out for the regular season and the playoffs as well too? That'd be a brutal suspension for. And there's got to be like I guess there is probably an appeal process that has been made, but there's got to be an appeal of some kind of if he is out for the playoffs. Be like, okay, come on, league, what are we doing here? Like, I don't remember exactly the details of what he said. He, accidentally was taken. I don't know if it was a wink situation, but either way, like, I don't know if there's a points per game thing that you can look at as well too. Where you're like, okay, well, whatever he's doing obviously is it a little more maintenance at this point than it is PEDs, chat? Do we need to change? Do we need to categorize it for some players where you move him from performance enhancing to performance maintaining? It's like, okay, this guy gets to take PEDs because he just gets back to normal. He'll just be an average player again. But Chris Paul, I get not to say that Chris Paul's not a, quote unquote average NBA player now. The man can still contribute on the court. But if Chris Paul was taking PEDs, would he just turn into old Chris Paul? And all of a sudden, like next year, it's like, wait a second, is Chris Paul in the mix for first team All-NBA? Like, why is Chris Paul averaging 20 and 12 this year? And that's 12 rebounds. He's, averaging 10 assists as well, too. 20-point triple-double for our guy Chris Paul and age 40. But I feel like if he was taking PEDs, you're probably going to see 12 points, 6 assists, 3.5 rebounds from Chris Paul. It's like, oh, Chris Paul, he's actually played a lot. Chris Paul's actually playing back-to-backs. PEDs for a guy that's 35, chat, means he can play in back-to-back games. So the league is like, yeah, actually, that's what we want. We need our superstars out there. I'm proposing, I know they just changed the CBA, but for the players for the next CBA, I'm proposing a PED clause. Age 35, and I think that might be fair. 35 and up, or if you play 13 or less minutes a game, then you can test positive for certain amounts of PEDs based on various factors, and then we'd have to have mathematicians and people get involved, chat. But you've got to make sure you work up the pitch to completion pause before you go in and present it. So we'll really make sure to nail down the exact details for this rule. But 88-81 as we enter the fourth quarter here with the Heat on a win streak. Again, another team that is not necessarily a long-term playoff team, but they will be competitive. I don't know if they'll be able to even take a team to game 7 necessarily. Probably seem like a 5, maybe a 6. If the Heat are the type of team right now that if they win 2 games in the first round, you're honestly kind of like, wow, Spoelstra. He's done it again. He's in his bag. He's the best coach in the league. This team was a disaster, and what do you know? They took whatever, they took the Celtics. I mean, that would obviously be impressive if they won 2 games in the playoffs off Boston or whatever they end up being as, potential 7 seed, maybe if they do okay in the play-in. But that would really be the complete ceiling of the expectations, but they are playing well. And they are playing with a lot of experienced guys. Sometimes you can get into these teams with the the non-sort of superstar team, and it can be, of course, a lot of young guys. But this is like the non-superstar team with a lot of middle of the road slash, you know, and again, not older players, but guys just in that middle kind of range where they're not going to be, best player on a lineup at that point, but they could potentially, be really impactful and still give you really solid minutes. Kyle Anderson with a near double-double as we enter the fourth here with just under 11 minutes to go. He's got 8 points and 11 rebounds on the board. Oh, that's Kevin Porter Jr. just pure sniping right down the middle, chat. Right from the top of the three-point line. 17 tonight for KPJ, our guy. We're not going to mention the 5 for 12 from the field. Just the fact that he has 17 points. That's it. That's it. That's all that matters. Oh, man. Con Knuppel in attendance at the 2015 national title game, chat. Shout out. Been long. Pause. Hey, yo. Been a while in the Duke universe. It was destined to be a little pre-credit scene for what would it, I guess when it was Duke walking off the court, then it turns into a post-credit scene. Oh, the end of the 2015 run. There's Con Knuppel in the stands. A decade later, 2025. 10 years since Duke won the national title. And how many years has they won the national title since without Coach K? A non-Coach K national title? Has it ever happened? John Shire could be only the second coach in Duke national basketball history to win a national title? That's kind of crazy. And is he a Coach K extended this season? But they, it has been ups and downs, however you want to say it. But there has been a little bit of a, not rebuilding, but he had to definitely pump the team back up a little bit with talent and was definitely able to do it. And through recruiting, which is fun as well, too. That just goes to prove, again, like we were saying, why this year is a crazy college basketball year and why I think college basketball is not necessarily, fixed, but maybe it's not all the way necessarily broken, is this Duke team is not like a crazy ton of transfers. There's a couple of main pieces, but you got Malik, Knuppel, and Flagg all from that freshman class, and Proctor is a recruit from Duke as well, too. So that team is kind of a homegrown team in a way. So you still have what is potentially an old school basketball, and for this newer era, in a team from a decade ago, like speaking of that Kentucky team, that's, essentially what this Duke team is they have the experience of a couple of stars that have been around and that insane freshman class that's just going to boost the overall talent, and they just happen to be playing better than all the other teams, chat. And just you have the rest of this field battling it out and doing these weird historic things and precedents that have, either been set once or twice before, or now it's the first time that some of this historic stuff has actually happened. But the fact that a team that was kind of assembled, again, maybe not old school, but through normal, quote unquote, normal college basketball routes by recruiting and keeping some guys around, and that model that has just been working for, of course, this entire time, chat. But it's 9-18 as we under the 10-minute mark here in the first half. It's Sharp trying to get to the basket, and it's free throws, and that's an offensive rebound. So that's really both things only that are keeping him in the game at this point, is the offensive rebounds and the free throws. So they will have a chance to, maybe, I guess it's already single digits, it's 9-18. But they can have a chance to get it to 8 here, maybe 7, if he's able to knock in both of these free throws. And again, they just have not been, I don't know what their ranking is for the full season, but tonight they have not been a good three-point shooting team. And it's not the type of thing that you could just casually call out early in a game. But it is true, chat. It is true. Roberts 0 for 3 to start. But like we said, 6 rebounds, though. So he sheet in some way. And takeover? It's not a foul. I haven't even seen the full replay yet, but it's not a foul if it's on Giannis. Oh, that's not a foul. Bam. What are we doing? Oh, it's a foul on Bam. Okay. There we go. That's right, chat. Oh. Deep 3, chat, from Houston. Was that Cryer again? Or was that Sharp? Cryer. Houston down 5. Just somebody to carry the load. Somebody to make it easy when times are tough, chat. Can it be LJ Cryer in this moment for Houston? He's the star. He throws it to the corner. They fire a 3. Oh, they don't get it to go. He's going to need a couple of those play makes, those guys that are in that opportunity to step up. He's going to need a couple of those shots to go down to keep him on pace to get everything correctly, chat. And it's Roberts around the rim that time. Another offensive rebound, another second chance opportunity. So finally time for a break, chat. 7:40 in the first half. I feel like Houston needs it in a similar way that Texas started to see that game slip away early on from South Carolina. And they don't play quarters, of course, in the men's side of things. But in terms of the pace of the game, it's obviously similar in that the first half of the first half, so essentially the first quarter of the game for this one, was a little competitive. The second quarter, at least up until of this point, is starting to look a little, less so. And it'll just be the pattern after that, chat. But here we go. Giannis driving to the rim with a chance to tie with 8 minutes left. Dribble handoff, AJ Green. They get the switch. Bam with just the easy switch off of Giannis. Letting Kyle Anderson easily dunking at the rim. Easily taking Kyle Anderson off the dribble like it's nothing, chat. I don't know if that was the right call from the other stuff all the way around, but Bam off the switch is a little crazy, especially when that dribble handoff into the corner is, I think, pretty specific to just that. But shout out Mitchell getting a chance at the free throw line here, chat, for Miami. And did we leave anybody off of the Basketball Hall of Fame mentioning as well, too? We don't want to not shout anybody out, chat. Sue Bird, Maya Moore. Sylvia Fowles. Sylvia Fowles led the link to 4 championships. I mean, if you got a Fowles Moore combo back in the day, it's going to be a pretty unstoppable duo. Stepping away basketball, focus on Christian judgment reform. Shout out. A 6-time All-Star. She has also earned W All-NBA honors 2014. Recognized as one of the 25 greatest athletes in league history during the WNBA's W25 celebration in 2021. The first overall pick in the 2011 WNBA draft. Oh, we're back to Maya Moore, chat. What happened to Sylvia Fowles? Here we go. 4-time Olympic gold medalist, 2-time WNBA champ with the link. Fowles earned Finals MVP honors in both titles runs. She retired as the WNBA's all-time leading scorer and was honored as part of WNBA's 25 celebration in 2021. The WNBA 17 league MVP, was an 8-time All-Star, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, and finished her 15-year career averaging 15.7 points and and where she led the Tigers to 4 consecutive Final Four appearances. Fowles, Fowles, who has her number 34, retired by LSU and the link. And again, like, what were we saying earlier, chat? A guy, like some guys can definitely get the double. We were saying the franchises get the double jersey retired for two different guys, but some guys can definitely maybe get their franchise retired for multiple jerseys or for multiple cities. But I wonder if moving that other part in is the way to go, chat. But Moore led the Minnesota Lynx to the oh, we're back. Why do we keep doing that, chat? Pause. 4-time Olympic gold medalist, 2-time WNBA champion with the Minnesota Lynx. Fouls earned Finals MVP. They both were titles when she retired as the WNBA's all-time leading scorer. In the W's 25 conversation in 2021, the 17 WNBA was an 8-time All-Star and 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, 17, 13, 16, and 21, and finished her 15-year career before averaging what next, chat? So shout out, but 15 to 18 still. Flag with the block. I was about to say, at least Houston, it seemed like it had avoided the getting out of hand there portion of the game. They settled in, kept it slower in the half court. But Duke can just play in all these sets. Now they're running their sets. The pin downs for Knuppel running off the screens. Across the way, chat. So outside of fouls, and then Mickey Arison as well too, owner of the Heat, of course. Under his ownership, the Heat have struggled. Legendary players like Hall of Famers Ray Allen, Chris Bosh, Tim Hardaway Jr., Alonzo Mourning, Shaq, Gary Payton, Dwayne Wade, and current superstars, and current superstars, LeBron James and Jimmy Butler. Arizona as owner, Pat Riley as team president, and Eric Spoelstra as a head coach destination would become renowned for Culture 2 work. As well, let's see, what were we saying, chat? Definitely with with Arison owner Pat Riley as team president, Eric Spoelstra as the organization would be renowned for its culture of stability and success. Mickey Arison extends beyond the court through his influence extends beyond the court through his philanthropic work and dedication to the Miami community. So, culture of stability, not work on Culture 2, the album. But if he worked on Culture, maybe the album. What is more Hall of Fame, chat? Culture the album or Heat Culture from the Miami Heat? I might, even as a basketball guy, I might argue Culture the album. But shout out, it's moved to 21-15 in favor of the Blue Devils here. So they continue to add a little bit of separation between them and the Cougars. But just to take a quick look at the rest of the NBA scores, chat. Knicks over the Hawks. Cat with the big performance. Like we said, Grizzlies over the Pistons. And then Jazz over the Timberwolves, I guess, was our only other option anyways for games tonight, chat. Unfortunately, no Embiid versus Gobert or Maxey versus Edwards. But we got Bona versus Gobert and Edwards versus Quentin Grimes, which, hey, chat, Quentin Grimes, of course, that's also turning out to be a battle as well, too. So what team regrets giving up on Quentin Grimes more right now, the Knicks or the Mavericks? Because the Mavericks, obviously, the fresh wounds of, trading everybody, but also Quentin Grimes. But the Knicks, with the way he's playing, be like, oh, man, if we had him back against Boston, Quentin Grimes, could he be a secret weapon? He might. 28 again tonight. And again, another good, just efficient performance. 12 of 18. And in a competitive game, you see a close final score and close throughout as well, too, in a lot of the quarters. So shout out to Grimes. Butler with 8 assists and 3 turnovers is not a bad combo as well, too.
And if they're at the point where Butler is like the lead playmaker, I mean, he's a really good guard, chat, but see an 8 assist guy in an NBA game? I don't even know if that's like the best way for him to be used. Pause. But Gobert 23. DiVincenzo? Is he going to be fired up now after the brawl? And is DiVincenzo not suspended? How is DiVincenzo even out there right now, chat? I thought I guess that just shows you where NBA fights are at right now. Like, I know it's definitely the most involved NBA fight it feels like we've had in a while in terms of participants. A lot of people were out there in the mix, and there definitely was some physicality. Like, guys were tussling, and I guess, like, I don't know how much guys were necessarily swinging, but wrestling takedown attempts were made. Chat. Oh, Knuppel in the corner. It's the nipple game, chat. Con Knuppel with, I guess he was 4 for 6 from the field. But an 8-0 run by Duke has now put them up double digits. 3 minutes left in the first half. Can they close out strong? Imagine, chat. Duke, just another dominant performance. And I know a lot of people as well, too, just from a matchup standpoint, we're not really pointing to this Houston team as one of the teams that would be feisty for Duke in a potential game. Arizona was one of those teams that people were saying, if there is a team that is set up to take down this Duke team, maybe Arizona can be a difficult matchup for him. And you see how that game has ended up being the closest game so far. I mean, they're already, it wasn't like Arizona wasn't down 11 at any point in that game, but or even more at some stretches. But just that game ended up being the one like real competitive game they've had so far in a big way. But taking down Bama dominantly, potentially taking down Houston dominantly, I mean, you'd have to be a little scared if you're a Florida fan. Maybe Florida just feels irrationally confident about the whole situation, though. 16-8 for Jared Butler. 18 for Lonnie Walker off the bench. Lonnie Walker on the Sixers, chat? Would Lonnie Walker actually be a nice player if they had Embiid and Maxey and Paul George and they were all actually playing well? And it was like, Lonnie Walker is actually the 8th man on this team. Like, that could actually be kind of nice. You have Lonnie Walker and Quentin Grimes off the bench. You wouldn't even need Hood Schifino anymore. How did Hood Schifino end up on the Sixers? 22 minutes tonight, 7 points. It's been a long road for Hood Schifino, chat. Shout out. But competitive game tonight. Randall, minus 11 in the game tonight. McDaniels, minus 18, though. But he was 0 for 6, so not the best offensive night for our guy McDaniels. But Randall, only 4 rebounds as well, too. It's a little bit crazy. Gobert with 19, so Gobert almost had a 20-20 game in his own right. Shout out. Maybe the 20-20. The 20-20, I don't want to say has become, like, nerfed a little bit, but it definitely is less impactful than it used to be. I think it's still really cool, but it's not like the number one trick that you're necessarily waiting to see when you're first having an interaction with somebody. But Towns versus Trae Young, 30-11 for Towns. Towns versus Terrence Mann, chat. Trae Mann. Sorry. Trae Young, though, 9 assists. 16-9. Terrence Mann, 6 rebounds. 5 defense, 1 offense as well. And Josh Hart with 11 assists. I didn't realize that Josh Hart 11 assists, chat. Whoever just gave me the 8 assists, not this person. This person also, I think, maybe. Did I just edit it out, chat? What happened? What happened? But there definitely was a typo in there. And it got through. Oh, the capacity is right here. I didn't know that. Oh, this is very exciting news, chat. We found the capacity on the ESPN for the individual games on the ESPN website. And I guess the capacity isn't going to change that much. Variation to variation. But just to continue to get a better idea of how to lay it out. Figure, you know, the best thing you got to do is look at it. Pause. But, yeah, 21 to 105 ends up being the final score in that one, chat. And then, yeah, that Knicks versus Hawks game. Or Knicks versus, chat. Knicks versus, Knicks versus Hawks is already been finals. So, Bucks versus Heat. I think I was getting trapped up because for some reason I wanted to say the Heat. But 3 minutes left. We should actually pay attention. Giannis down. Oh, 4. No, Giannis. Get a 4-point play somehow. Oh, why am I trying to tune in on here, chat? We got fired up on the TV in the background. Sorry, we're not going to pirate the game live, unfortunately. I don't think that is this type of live stream. Maybe we should consider reproducing and chat, but redistributing and reselling without the express written conform of some certain college teams. Who knows if, again, the organization or everything lines up and makes sense, but it might. Or be pretty close anyways. Okay, so 2.5 minutes. First half. Duke up 9 with the chance to continue to push the lead. And it's Cooper Flag operating right now, finding shooters, drawing defenders. Oh, getting to the rim, pokes the offensive rebound back out, and gets it himself again. Oh, what a layup by Cooper Flag. Pause, but what a finish. The spin off the backboard is insane. He missed the give me on the layup before, but got the rebound back after scrambling on the ground for it, and then just flipped it up over behind his head, and it just landed right on this. And it was like, okay, I don't know if this is my favorite because it's actually like perfect, or if it's just the first, character that you're introduced to, but Cooper Flag, 7 points, 4 assists. The stat sheet is going to be filled up. And you see it again tonight. Doesn't even need the scoring. Getting to the free throw line. Takes one bad three. He grounds himself, chat. He doesn't need a coach reminding him not to take bad shots. He's got it. He'll be self-critical for the next, 10 seconds, and then it'll even out. It'll be good. Okay, Cryer with another big shot. And he's going to have double digits going into the first half. So, again, he's having a good game as well, too. Nothing to be ashamed of from your individual performance when you look back. Again, it just says at the top of the rankings right now. Something else. But for the rest of it, maybe it makes sense. If it could be explained a little bit better as well, too, I mean, that would definitely be an advantage. I mean, they're getting to the rim. They're hitting threes. I mean, the Houston defense is always going to work and pause grind, and they're staying in front of their guys. They're definitely trying to do their jobs, but I don't know if there is a portion of the Duke offense so far that is definitely lacking in a major way that Houston could expose this or figure out a way to expose what they're doing wrong here. But it's getting close, chat, to that time where things could start sliding away. Houston on the ropes right now. 1:20. Oh, chat! And they respond with a jab. Is it a body shot? It doesn't matter. It had a little power behind it. And now the guy's off the ropes. And you're back in the fight. A three-pointer with somebody they just checked off the bench. They were like, sir, you got to go in and hit a three-pointer, please. We desperately need can I please request a three-pointer from you? Desperately. Cooper Flag over dribbling on the baseline. The tough defense from Houston. He finds Malik swooping into the rim, but not able to create space off the dribble that much on the perimeter so far. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. Shout out Malik at the free throw line. A chance to make it a 2 3-pointer game. Pressure on Houston. Make Crier have to go down and hit a couple of jump shots. Baker Mazzara. Can he sub himself? Can he bring himself back? Baker Mazzara is going to check himself into the game. Just for the end of the first half. It's not even the end of the game. It's just he just sees the buzzer running down. He can't help himself. He has to put the shot up. Baker Mazzara will be, make no mistake, he absolutely will be putting the shot up. And buries the free throw as well, too. 34-25. A 9-point game. 45 left. And the Heat are potentially going to win this game without Hero and without Wiggins, chat. Without two of the big three, it doesn't even matter. They can still take down Giannis. Pause. Giannis! Just request a trade to San Antonio and join Wembanyama. And who else did we say earlier, chat? I honestly don't even remember. But that's Crier again, another 3. So I guess the only other hope at this point is, can you get Cleveland to just, you know, clean other stuff and fit it in there? But 10-second count has started. You can hear the bell for the end of the round, chat. Cooper Flag's going to ISO. He calls ball. No! Proctor does not get the three-pointer to go with 0.2 seconds left in the first half. That's a rare miss. That's tough. How much am I allowed to go back and like adjust the time and stuff? But halftime is now in the mix for Duke at Houston. 34-28. Cooper Flag, Con Knipple in squad leading the way. So chat, will they actually hold tight? Pause. Hey, yo. And advance to the Final Four? I guess we will see. Oh! Cooper Flag has brought out the stars, chat. He's brought out the stars. Stay tuned. The second half of the game and maybe a special guest up next.
Okay, chat, we are back. Halftime in progress. Bucks versus Heat goes into overtime. 5 more minutes there, tied at 111. And, oh, chat, look at this. Perfect timing. It's championship season. We know, like we were saying earlier, today is about star teams. Today is about star players. So make no mistake, we weren't going to let Walter Clayton Jr. and Cooper Flagg be the only star players having shine today, chat. We've got to... We got somebody calling ISO here on the side. Look who is in the chat, people. Let's see if we can bring him in. The one and the only. It is what it is. Cooper Flagg is performing, and that means one thing. Wait, let me get it switched over. Oh, hey, you're in. What's up?
There we go. What's up? What's up? I'm on mobile today, even though I'm at home because we're watching on the big screen. So
Oh, yeah?
you gotta
Is it
see
going right
all.
now?
Yeah, I mean it's halftime right now.
Of course,
Halftime right
of
now,
course.
but we gotta see Coop's greatness. The Duke's greatness, height and length all over the screen. So.
Duke greatness, are you talking Cooper Flagg? Con Knipple? Which one are you
Oh my
talking about?
gosh, it's insane. All of them, all of them. I think the best play to me so far was when there was a rebound and Malach somehow tipped the rebound, and it was I think at that point Houston kind of gauged how tall and long he is, and he still was a little bit taller than him, and it tipped it a little bit, and then Coop got it, and then he did that reverse and one layup, and it's oh my gosh, this is legit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, their defense does get their offense gets a little clunky at times. I think they probably could do more with Knuppel having the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
I think Coop has had the ball a little bit too much because they don't match as well with their size. But, I mean, their defense, Duke's defense, I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's going to be kids, years from now on TikTok being oh, my gosh, did you see 2025 Duke? They were scary. They were
The
a problem.
Duke defensive highlights.
We're watching in 4K one of the best Duke teams of all time, and it's not even that arguable.
Ooh, really? So wait, how would you think this team? How would it match up against Grant Hill, Christian Laettner? I mean, not that we can speak too much on on the court, but just the vibe of it, Grant Hill, Christian Laettner, and Bobby Hurley versus Con Knipple, Cooper Flagg, and Malik.
It's up there.
I mean, I gotta be honest. For much as Malik, maybe he could make life interesting for Laettner. I don't know. I feel like Laettner still probably cooks him. I mean, Laettner cooks him greats when he was playing. So with all due respect to Malik, and especially just Malik as a freshman as well too, but Flagg versus Grant Hill would be a really interesting matchup. I don't know exactly what year, because they played the Fabulous Five, in the championship game, one of those years. And unfortunately for Michigan, they had Duke had a pretty good game that game. I don't remember exactly if Grant Hill was a senior or what the exact roster was for that team. I remember it was a Laettner team. But Hill versus Flagg, because you got to remember where Grant Hill was at as well too, going into the NBA. Obviously, Flagg.
That's true.
As a
but
freshman,
people are comparing Cooper Flagg to him. So,
yeah, I mean, if Cooper Flagg did become Grant, if not the full career of it, but if Cooper Flagg was peak Grant Hill as a constant version of his career, that's a really good player. I think it's still
and it's not so much even Cooper Flagg of the high end guys who are there and are going to be lottery picks and going to be gone, but even the lower, the bench, they literally did a 5-man change in this game.
Yeah, I remember
from
seeing
bench
that.
to
I
bench,
was kind of thinking that's kind of a lot of subs.
And Shire is just, he trusts his guys, and you see it. Evans, you see what was it, Caleb, that one dude who was trying to steal the ball on the inbounds. He was doing a little too much. The team is super deep, and I think it points to. And I remember hearing Bill Simmons talk about this. It kind of feels like this team was built, and it wasn't just a bunch of good players. And it's because it was. They have a GM. They have someone who literally job is to sit down and be okay, if we bring in this person, how do we get them to mesh with this person? How do we get? I mean, and of course in college you're just going to take whatever 5 stars you can get, but it's those revolving role players that break the difference. And at least it does for this Duke team, which is why they've only been down 5 minutes this whole tournament. 5, they've literally not been dealing with being down that much at all.
Because if we were comparing it to other Duke teams, is it as talented all the way around as Zion, RJ Barrett, and Cam Reddish? Like it's still like a pretty tough debate, but like you were saying, Con Knipple like needs to be more on the ball. Like you still watch him playing off the ball in this game, and you have him in if he's in the corner, he's obviously an elite 3-point shooter. And there's been moments where
Yeah.
Flag has shifted the defense on his drive, and then he's kicked it to Knipple, and then he either had the three or he drove. Like his first basket was that drive off of that drive from Flag. So him operating as that just a little more in that like more pure 2-guard role where he's just like purely attacking and scoring instead of like maybe, creating. But then if he shifts into that creator role, that would move the offense a little bit because Flag is definitely good as that creator and he's unselfish and he's still able to move the ball. But yeah, it would just be a different dynamic and they're still swarming Flag. So he hasn't been the most comfortable in it.
Yeah, they still are. He needs to find Knipple more. I mean, I think of that one drive where he gave it to Malowet for the foul. Knipple is in the quarter wide open. So I think they need to fix some stuff, but they are already playing great. I mean, I think honestly for the other team, Houston, the only reason why they kind of nibbled at that lead is because they started making threes. And if they're gonna make tough contested threes, no one's gonna beat you. Like, there's just nothing you can do. So, I think right now, the hot streak will go down, and we'll see. We'll see. I mean, of course, I've been behind this team since February.
Yeah.
This is. I mean, I remember I was excited about Cooper Flag coming here, but I didn't know how it looked like. And once we got most of
the Cooper Flag stock, obviously since high school.
Yeah, since he was like at the end of his Mount Verde, is that how you call the school?
I think
it's the end of that where it's like, oh snap, when he like reclassified. And that's the thing is when Shire's in the interviews, he's like, this kid should be finishing high school right now.
That's
like
a great point.
Literally,
Cooper Flag is a senior in high school.
He was literally a junior. Imagine a junior in high school out here competing with the best players at Team USA practices, and balling. Like, and other players are like, yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't think so. I didn't see him at Team USA practices. He didn't make it that well.
Yeah, he wasn't balling out against Durant at 17 years old. And who's the other one I was thinking of? Davis. I don't know if Davis reclassified either. Like, as impressive as that Davis season was, and I don't know if we need to actually start pulling up birthdays and age, like days and years to compare it. But I mean, if we're just doing the math of that, Flag having this freshman season as that hypothetical sophomore or senior in high school is, if we're just doing the all-time seasons, is that more impressive than Davis carrying the team at Kentucky as like a true freshman in college?
Close.
And I'd have to go back and actually compare the rosters as well too. Like we're saying, this Duke team is actually really well built, but there's just a lot of really historic stuff here going on with Flag and with this Duke team. And I don't know, like, do we need to start pulling up contracts? Like, how much NIL money could they throw at Cooper Flag? Like, you're saying it's actually impossible that Cooper Flag better lead to the league? He better leave the league. Is the Wizards GM better than the Duke GM?
I don't want to start throwing around. No, there's no way. But maybe, who knows? The Wizards, who knows? I don't know. But I don't want to start throwing around names. But he's not as good as Jordan. But maybe, I don't know. He's kind of on the Jordan path right now. Blue blood school.
Wait a second.
Carrying a team.
What does that mean, Jordan path?
I don't know. He's on the path. Got to do a little bit more, but let's go pull up the highlights of Jordan at that first year and as a freshman at North Carolina.
Chat, tell your friends to tune in right now.
He's on the path. I mean, what great player! We got Anthony Davis, we got some other players, but a player like him that's a shot creator, and of course LeBron didn't go to college, neither did Kobe, so I mean, so what? And of course, his people are putting his ceiling at Tatum, and I think he might be. He doesn't have the high end, like, oh my gosh, like Wembanyama, like changing the game. But in terms of the accomplishments, he's starting to put together a really serious resume. Really taking it to established stars. Now he's here. I mean, they're dominating. Like they've been dominating the tournament on a defensive level. His offense is kind of rough, but that's rough in terms of like his standards compared to his defense. But he's I don't know. If you dominate and carry a team to a championship, in your first year as a freshman, I mean, Anthony Davis, there's some other players that did it, but as
Mm-hmm.
a shot creator like him, I don't know. I mean, how many other players do we really have who are really good in the league?
And I also saw a stat as well too that said he was one of 4 freshmen to win the Wooden Player Team of
Yeah,
the or Wooden Player of the Year award. So I imagine Davis would be one of the other ones. But I was gonna look up and see what those other players would be here quick. But
yeah.
to throw around a couple of other legendary names that I know he has been compared to for his game a little bit. But do you think he does have a little bit of that Jokic, Larry Bird aspect? I mean, the versatility, obviously, where he can pass and score and do all the things. But do you think he has that element of it's not do the bare minimum, but for it's like Cooper Flag could score 30, the 30 a game equivalent at Duke, but he just doesn't because that's not what the team needs of him. So you think he's got
Yeah.
like if he goes to the NBA, he actually has the upside of a number 1 scorer if he needs to be unlocked in that way. But it's just
Yeah.
this Duke team doesn't really need that from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think his shooting is a little bit of a trouble. I think he needs to learn shooting, but that's one of the skills. If you have, you can figure it out. I think that's one of the things the league is willing to teach. As long as you're not horrible, but you have everything else, I think they can definitely teach. The other 3 rookies or freshmen were Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, and Zion
I was gonna
Williamson.
say I just
So,
pulled that up
you
and I was
know,
like, do you want to see these names?
well, it's pretty high up there.
Because like
That,
even
the best scoring forward of all time. Probably one of the best big men in college of all time, and probably the best Duke high end player of all time. I don't know. It's pretty high up
And
there.
Davis was good enough to get traded for Luka Doncic at one point in his career as well too. So
Yeah, I
that's an
guess.
accomplishment.
Oh gosh.
And you have to
Yeah.
remember for the Zion thing, like when you go back and look at the peak Zion stats, the dominance
Hmm.
translated. It just the injuries kept him from
Yeah.
being out on the court all the time. So it's like the
Exactly.
the Cooper Flag durability's obviously been there. The translatable talent of Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, and Zion, like that's the baseline that Cooper Flag is working with right now. I don't know. You might be on Jordan. I think that's the first time that
I
one's
don't
been thrown
think
around
we're gonna need a little bit. We're gonna need a couple more stuff around,
Calling a
but
Duke guy
it's.
Jordan from a North Carolina comp is that's a
I
cross
know, it's
racial
tough.
and a rival school.
I know, it's tough. It's tough. But right now, Duke is struggling on offense. I'm not gonna lie. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see. This
Oh, and
game is going back
Houston
and forth.
gets a 3 as well too. Wait, what time are you at in the game right
Whoa,
now?
whoa, whoa! I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead of you.
Okay, good.
I'm very yeah. They're a bit ahead, so I'm not gonna spoil it.
Yeah, I definitely will. So I
But
definitely need to. The Paramount Plus knows that I need to be on a little bit of a delay, otherwise I'll say something. But
oh geez.
with Houston, I don't want to stereotype their team, but like they're just shot making in general has always kind of they've been a defensive, grinded out team. They have a balance of scorers, but they don't necessarily have that one dominant player from year to year that's like, oh, he's going to be the Cooper Flag to put the team on the back and just carry a team
Yeah.
offensively. Like Cryer could be that guy, but he is not, at least in our minds, ascended as that guy, I think, in the way that Flag and Clayton and Janai Broom were headed into this Final Four. So it definitely could be an ascent game for him, but he would need to prove it in the second half. And is that James in the corner for 3? I really like James as well, too. I think James is a good NBA player.
Yeah, no, James. I don't know. I don't know if he's a good NBA. I don't know. He's a graduate student.
He's a 50-40
okay.
guy.
He's all right. He's all right. I don't know if
The man's just
there's
been
a
burying
little
open
bit
threes all
of
year.
his athleticism, as most older players are, is a little bit. I don't know if it translates to the league.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, how how old he is. The league always gets jumpy about that. He's a very good, manageable player. Like he'll hit his open shots, like he does. He's a very good veteran for this team, and I think in terms of like rebounding and stuff, man, Coop is having a tough game right now. In terms of
They're
rebounding,
being really
Proctor,
physical with him. Yeah, pause.
yeah, no, they are. Oh my gosh, you got people falling on the ground. Easily. But yeah, no, in terms of I think he's good in terms of like setting the pace, like having you still need a vet or two. Oh my gosh. During when you're making runs like this. I think he's still man, the Houston coach is hilarious.
Kelvin
His
Sampson?
expressions are
I
Yeah,
actually love Calvin
dude.
Sampson. I could be okay with him winning a national
Yeah.
title. I know we all have Duke in our brackets, but
No, shout out.
just from a storyline standpoint, Flag,
Yeah.
a tough midi. That is another thing about Flag too, is he is, a tough shot maker. Most, great players obviously are, but he not necessarily, you say Kevin Durant, I don't necessarily say he would generate space as a shot maker the way Durant was able to. Obviously Durant's working with, a different set of tools, but Flag still can just kind of do the pull-up stuff in the mid-range. Like, even sort of Booker's pull-up stuff, like, a lot of it is, I feel like, working from the defender on his hip, where Flag can be more facing up sometimes. And, again, hitting those shots. But with the physicality that Houston's throwing at him, it's just tough looks tonight. But they're letting Sion set up the offense for Flag. And Flag is... Oh! Chat. There we go. The takeover from Flag.
There you go. Yeah, it's happening. Cool.
Oh, and is that
pledge
the first?
allegiance. I've definitely pledged allegiance to the flag. I ain't gonna lie.
Do we have to pledge allegiance to the flag after this? Is that the first cutaway to the mom? It might be. I don't know, Chad. Did we have second half for the first cutaway to the parents? I don't know where that was on the bingo card.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the parents. That is true. We need to tell the producers to get on it. Maybe they got too many comments about focusing their parents and not everyone else.
Yeah. Well, their DNA is obviously superior to everybody else's, so.
Oh.
Hey, yo.
Hey, what were you saying?
I'm just saying basketball DNA,
Dude.
The DNA that whatever.
We gonna get you.
Okay, guys, it's been fun. I'll see you later.
Jeez.
It was a good run.
No, but I think the most interesting, potential NBA career is Proctor, because it's
I love Proctor.
Does he he's a smart basketball player? What's his high end? What's the best version of Proctor? Could he be prime Malcolm Brogdon? And not just because he's light skinned and got the hair. Yeah, exactly. Strawther is just bigger, so that's why he's in the league. But his shooting, I think he might find a place in the league. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's just Denver. I'm kind of down on Denver role players right now.
Yeah, it's a tough scene for some of the guys. But if he ends up on a good team, his floor spacing is definitely going to be valuable. Some of the defensive stuff, in the moment, I'm not as good as projecting that out. Flag from 3. But going back and watching the tape, I'll have to really, I guess, take notes on how he's sliding his feet. Some of the lateral quickness stuff. Really pay attention to the combine drills. But his floor, he's been clutch all tournament. His efficiency was insane in the first couple of games.
Exactly.
I know he hasn't been great tonight, but we'll still see here. 15 minutes left. Okay, the Houston offense.
The thing is having those two different kinds of players. Knuppel is kind of that sneaky. He's of course it's not just because he's white, but you see kind of how he plays. He kind of bobs and weaves.
You said scrappy, kind of.
The way it's the sharpness of his cuts when he's cutting to the basket, kind of like he's a nifty guy,
Nifty.
He'll get a lot more ground than you realize. He takes advantage of it, and I think but Proctor is more he does have more bounce than Knuppel. He definitely, I think, is but they have similar levels of shooting. But I think
Knuppel's a little better creator,
it's interesting, though. The chemistry they have. Yeah, he does have a little bit better creation. Yeah.
And when he cuts, I like to call it a nip slip.
Oh.
We're calling this the nipple game.
The nip game.
The nipple game.
Jeez. I mean, what if the
15.
Spurs got Knuppel? If you're the Spurs, do you want Knuppel or Proctor?
Well, it depends, because we could get Proctor a little later in the draft, and I have been seeing Knuppel mocked to the Spurs, so I'm not gonna lie. I get a little, you see a white guy mocked to the Spurs, my guard kind of goes up a little bit. I'm like, wait a second, and I shouldn't. Ginobili, obviously, great Spur, but I just got to take a look at the class.
Yeah, what guys weren't great on the Spurs?
Well, I just get like visions of Luke Kennard, and it's like, okay, do we really want to take Luke Kennard with the 8th pick? Like,
Zach Collins. Jeez.
Zach Collins is a different story, but like Knipple, maybe not like having the Austin Reeves sort of creation upside and sort of
Yeah.
falling into more.
Well, not the same size too. He's smaller.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, and then maybe falls into more of the perimeter shooter type role. And then it's like, okay, what is the actual upside for him there? But with the way he's creating, I'll fall for a March Madness performance, especially since not having watched a lot of games this year.
Yeah,
I'll be all in.
I thought Ryan Achiagno was going to be good.
I'll set the bar high. If he gets to 20, he's got 15 right now. So if he gets to 22, then we'll take him at number 8.
Yeah.
This is how like bad teams would make their calls. If Con
Exactly.
Knippel scores 22
It's like
tonight, we
the
have to
Jets.
take him.
Like the Jets doing going off of Madden ratings.
I like it. I would use I like looking at Madden ratings too.
That's crazy.
I'd be like,
I have heard like
which
so
cornerback has the highest
soccer
speed
game.
rating? We'll take that guy.
That's funny. There is a soccer game called Football Manager that's so detailed, and it's like it's got people from everywhere. That some people used to use it for like scouting, like especially like areas where you may not be able to get as much footage. You're looking up people in Russia or Kazakhstan or something. Kazakhstan's third league or and so it's insane. Yeah, no, so it is legit overseas. Like people do, not FIFA, but Football Manager, just because it's so detailed. Like it'll go to like ridiculous amount of leagues.
But guys will say with 2K, and I mean even with Madden, players will say that playing the game does help them in certain ways. So
yeah,
yeah,
LeBron said that.
Yeah, LeBron's better.
Yeah,
at football because he plays Madden.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they say like when they're running like different plays, or you have like concepts you haven't seen. It makes sense. You like visualize it better with a video game. That makes sense.
Yeah, I know De'Aaron Fox as well too has talked about playing 2K to help him with his. He was one of the first guys that I was like, oh, he's playing the video games. And then the AI stuff, I'm sure guys will be training in with the Vision Pro at some point.
No, yeah, I've seen that with football too. I mean, to end the season here, pretty much for your Spurs, like, what wins can y'all take away from the season? Like, what can you take? I mean, I guess bringing in De'Aaron Fox, like, do you think he can gel with Wemby? Like, what are we looking to the future with the Spurs? Because, I mean, the season's wrapping up. I'm assuming you guys are probably not making the playoffs, so,
yeah,
not trying to rub it in, but, as the season closes for the Spurs, what are you kind of holding on to as hope, going into the draft?
Well, I mean, the moments with the Wemby defensive stuff obviously is still we have the best defensive player in the league immediately. And that's been the funny thing, seeing the defensive player of the year conversation is like everybody just, it's almost like what team is your favorite team to watch, and then the best defender on that team is your defensive player of the year. But
Wembanyama, Bam, really? Bam?
I mean, he might, everybody might be the defensive player of the year. Like, it might be that,
oh my God,
the talent might be that equally spread. And Duke's back up by 10 as well, too. But
yeah. And someone made a great play. I didn't even know. Shoot, I knew he was long, but not that long.
Wait, was it James? No. Was it defensive?
No. Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's this play here. Was it after an inbound?
Yeah, Houston had the ball there.
They just threw it in right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously the Wemby defensive stuff is immediately just, best defensive player in the league. We got De'Aaron Fox at good value. And the Pop storylines is, tough. But Mitch Johnson did seem like he did a really capable job as well, too. So if you have to look at the circumstances that you're presented, you do have stability at that position, with the head coach going forward. And there does seem like a good cohesive effort with this team to be like, this is the core group. And, we still have we're still in a good spot in the draft, which was kind of a weird thing with this season. Was the conversation going into the season almost was, would we treat this like would we be in the mix for Cooper Flagg and then try to pair Wemby and Cooper Flagg together? And if you have Wemby out there, you almost have to go for the playoffs. And have to be just competing as much as possible. But because everybody got hurt as a byproduct of that, we're going to be in a better spot in the draft. So maybe it's one of those weird things in the long term we look back and go like, hey, that
Whoa.
Wemby
And what?
season.
Yeah.
Oh, Cooper Flag? Maybe we still do get
Yeah.
Cooper
Oh,
Flag.
you saw that steal by Cooper?
We're going to have 2 spots.
He's starting to cook. He's starting to do some shifty stuff. Not to interrupt you. And now I'm cheering too loud.
No, let Cooper Flag cook. It's takeover time. He's activated his takeover badge.
No, but yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think maybe I don't know. Does it like hurt Webby's development at all? Like having different head coaches, like if Pop is gone or not? Like, let Pop rest. I don't know. Like poor soul is, not doing great. Like, I don't know. Is it time for kind of a new coach as you go into a new era? Because I think something I was talking with, or something I wasn't talking, but I was hearing from Bill Simmons is kind of the, thinking, is there a new Tron Legacy? Oh my gosh, there's a new Tron movie. Shout out.
Whoa.
Is kind of the I
Big Tron
didn't know
fan?
this. Oh, I'm a major.
Do I
Tron
need to
fan.
throw that on the watch list?
Tron Legacy. Oh my gosh, there's a new Tron Ares. They said they canceled it.
How many Trons are there?
I'm so in. There's the old one that looks horrible.
82 with Jeff Bridges? I was going to say I might watch this one first. Jeff Bridges? 82? It checks all the boxes.
The animation, it's tough. The new Tron Legacy, the music is great. The cinematography is great. The acting's okay. But it for a long time, was my favorite movie of all time. But,
it still has Jeff Bridges.
Yeah,
okay.
Back to your... Yeah. But back to... Yeah, because it's his dad. But anyway, back to your Spurs. I think it might be time for a new coach is essentially what I'm saying. I think there needs to be a new regime kind of, because what I was listening to Bill Simmons, which is a great point, is that as the level of talent just rises in the league and everyone kind of has like really good to like really great players, if you have that superstar, kind of the next important thing and might be more important is having a coach, like a really, really good coach. And not saying that Pop isn't a good coach, but like if he's not with the team, like he can't, there's only so much he can commit to, which is, I mean, he's given so much to the Spurs. Like it's not a slight against him, but it might be time for him to retire and let someone else come in and, will go great. Who knows? But I think the team, just for unity's sake, might need together. And you know who just got fired? You know who kind of led a team to a lot of 2 seeds who's on the open market right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't want to get someone internally, you don't want Tim Duncan, like, Jenkins is right there sitting, waiting.
What's wrong with Mitch Johnson?
I'm just saying. Okay, but would you if you could get Taylor Jenkins right now, wouldn't you not take him? Like, Pop was leaving.
I don't know. You think Taylor Jenkins is like a Mike Vrabel situation? Tennessee just messing up once again?
Yeah, I mean, I think, they definitely messed that up. They messed it up. Ja Morant, and it was another thing I was hearing, like, Ja Morant still got, like, I totally agree with Brian Russell, and I guess this is my statement now. Like, Ja Morant is a losing player. Like, you're still doing the gun thing, bro. He's still doing the gun thing multiple times.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
And then, like, when you guys are, like, tanking and you're doing all this fun stuff, and then he's like, we're not worried about anyone in the West. And it seems like that mentality has gone to the front office where they're like, Ja Morant it. And, what's the alternative trade job? Maybe not, but I do understand why Jenkins is pretty hard on him. And that's the thing is the front office people aren't around the players all the time. The coaches are. The coaches know the players almost better than anyone else. And I think that's also something like when people are like mad that certain players don't get playing time. It's like you're not in the practices seeing this guy, either put up shots or do whatever every day and every night. So like, and I think in this case it's the same with Jenkins. Should he have probably had more ball screens in the modern NBA? Yeah, like, but I think
that's what I'm saying. Some of the basketball stuff with Jenkins, like after the fact, is kind of like, okay, dude, is he actually a good coach?
It was a yikes, but like, I do think
the player development, they had a lot of really good young players, and I feel like if we went potential to And maybe it was our own overestimating of the talent, but did they maximize a bunch of the talent? Bain and Jackson, like they did have really good players, but I feel like some of the role guys that maybe they could have brought along in a different way. I don't know. I think Jenkins is a
people
good
were
coach.
saying
I
this
just don't know
about
if he's a
Coach
great
Bud.
coach still.
Well, and people were saying this about Budenholzer. The year before they won the championship, they're like, "Are we sure this coach? He's just so firm about how he does his defense. Are we sure he can win?" And then the next year they win. And was that a huge part of Giannis? Yes,
Yeah,
but it's one of those things that like good coaches are good coaches. Like they didn't, And I think like the same way that the Bucks did Budenholzer dirty, the Grizzlies definitely did Jenkins dirty, and I think that Ja Morant is kind of a loose gun to loose cannon to say least. Like it's just. I mean, that's if he stays healthy,
Mm-hmm. But even if to make Coach Bud the example, like if Coach Bud was on the market, which he may very well be here in a minute, if he was available as a head coach, I don't know if I'd be racing to hire Coach Bud and bring him back to San Antonio either. So Taylor Jenkins on that kind of level, like I kind of just think Mitch Johnson for stability's sake, and I think Pop also kind of knows this as well too, and he knows he can kind of hand the franchise off to Johnson as like a very sort of set up predecessor. And I know we just saw this with, Kraft trying to hand the franchise to Gerard Mayo, and that didn't necessarily go well, but it does seem like at least with the franchise player in place like Wembanyama, there's more stability going forward to that franchise to have success. So I do think that Pop reads the room a little bit with what's going on, and if we're being honest, obviously the health stuff is a big part of that, and we just want him to be able to live life again at like a whatever the normal pace of life would be, and just for him to enjoy this phase of his next part of post basketball career. But I think he kind of, my guess is that he would know that it's about transition time. And if Pop wants, I'm not saying I don't want Popovich back. If Pop wants to come back, like by all means. Popovich, I still think Popovich is one of the better coaches in the NBA as well too. But I just think with the health stuff and with Mitch Johnson doing a really solid job this year with the team, and with him being a homegrown guy that would make a lot of sense to pass the franchise off to, I think he knows that this might be a good time to step away. And it is unfortunate because, like we're saying, for him to have that second run, or fourth, fifth, whatever run, but for him to have that last run with Wembanyama would have been a fun legacy thing. But it also does set up a new era for San Antonio as well too, which I think he realizes.
Would you rather have Mitch Johnson or Becky Hammond?
Oh, well, I mean, that's like picking between the kids. Like, what are you asking me there? Like, what my favorite dog is?
Mitch Johnson.
Well,
do you really love Mitch Johnson very much?
I think Mitch Johnson's a great coach. Yeah, I think he's a really good coach.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see.
Is he as good as Missoula?
We'll see. I guess he is technically the current coach. Yeah, I don't know. Second row Joe.
Yeah, I don't. He's obviously done championship level work there this past year in Boston, but Becky Hammond is clearly a much more established professional coach just with her full career. So that's a tough comparison to be like, a multi-time WNBA championship head coach versus a one-year NBA head coach. And, Becky Hammond's always been flirting around with taking an NBA job. So the idea of bringing Becky Hammond back to San Antonio is just too enticing. You can't even, I mean, I don't know what coach, honestly, I would not hire over Becky Hammond.
Yeah, I don't know. Spo. You start going down the list.
Maybe, yeah, Spo, Ty Lue. It gets close, honestly. Yeah. Ty Lue or Becky Hammond. Am I crazy? I feel like that's honestly a conversation.
Wow. Yeah, I guess is it so it's 1-1 for you for WNBA and NBA championships?
Well, she also has NBA experience as well too. So unfortunately, I'm not knowledgeable enough to go through every WNBA coach and know what their lineup is, but just knowing how the NBA operates, I'm sure it's not a ton. But she was being courted as an NBA head coach as an assistant in the NBA. So then she went to the WNBA. She kind of knew what she was doing by going to the WNBA and helping establish that league. And she could go to the NBA at any point she wants. Again, I'm not saying she knows her role, but in a positive way, she knows her role in influencing the WNBA. I'm not trying to turn into LeVar Ball here on the
trying
couch.
to cancel this out for real. She knows her
I'm
role.
saying that positive, like she knows her
Rem
she
says,
knows her role in influencing the WNBA.
Rem says that female
Becky
coach
Hammond knows her role.
better know her role by playing in the WNBA.
She knows how much she's impacting the WNBA
Mhm.
by staying there, and she could. That's what I'm saying. She could go to the NBA at any point. So you're asking
Yeah.
a highly sought after assistant coach who has proven themselves to be a championship coach. Like, if she was an international coach, like what's the difference? We're talking about a high level professional league where she's winning championships. So I think it's all in the landscape of her compared to these assistants, these other prospects. I think, yeah, she's as good of a prospect as any.
Yeah, no, I think y'all should try to get her back. So we can throw a little money her
But
way.
Mitch Johnson would be second. Mitch Johnson, you're second on my list. I'm sorry. I have to admit it. Becky Hammond,
Yeah.
it is what it is. That's tough.
That's tough. That's tough.
That's tough. I'm sorry. IT, cut that out.
No, I'm just trying to look for the bright side for your team because y'all are in the tougher conference. Everyone's kind of good,
Yeah.
know. I mean, like the Maverick. I mean, like the other teams with you down in the dumps are. Let's pull up the standings right now.
I mean, the Warriors are still like the 7th seed, so the conference.
Yeah, no, the Warriors have been rising though because
Yeah.
they have 2 players. No, they're fifth. They're fifth seed.
Oh, they're up to
So
5th.
probably those with you are the Pelicans. Who knows who have
I'm
Zion
not scared
Williams.
of the Pelicans long term. Not right now. I mean, we'll see what happens in the draft. They could get another
Yeah,
star. But...
and then the Jazz have been trying to tank all year. But then the Trailblazers, they've been playing better. Who knows what you get from Scoot? Like they have Anthony Simons, like, and then sometimes
Advia?
KD. Like I'm just talking to
Kamara?
each of the lower. Who on the Trailblazers or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they have Simons.
Charlotte?
Yeah, I guess not in terms of like the conference, but just the quality of the West.
Yeah,
even
the West,
on the
yeah.
low end, like you're competing with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker at the 11th team.
Well, not next season. Durant will be gone.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Durant will be on San Antonio next year.
You think so?
Well, he'll be somewhere.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
In Houston,
the big three in San Antonio.
Houston does have Phoenix's pick, so Houston will be in the lottery, even though they're a top Western Conference team. So right now they're projected to have the 11th pick. I mean, if they jump up into the top 4, who knows? But them with the 11th pick is kind of a, they're definitely an interesting long-term team. I mean, them and OKC are scary, but I mean, with obviously Wembanyama gives us that irrational confidence where I'm not like fully scared of anybody long-term yet. Like still, like we're saying, Wembanyama's still long-term the probably single best player asset in the league. So from a single player starting standpoint, that kind of puts us in the best spot of anybody. So that still is a long ways from being a title team, and that's still a long ways from Wemby being a championship level player. But just that starting point, it's not really early Mahomes-esque because Mahomes was in the Super Bowl almost right away. But it's that confidence that the building blocks that we have are as solid as anybody's. So I don't know if I'm super scared.
It's tough to compare to the Chiefs. It's tough to compare to the Chiefs because they've been they were a decent team before. Like we've been winning the division.
What are you saying, the Spurs weren't a decent
we
team
made it
before
to
we got Wemby?
version. Yeah, y'all were tanking.
Just a couple of years.
Still, y'all were but he's not there playing with DeRozan or DeMar or LaMarcus Aldridge, who's long gone.
Yeah.
But DeRozan isn't there anymore. You don't have the pieces that took you to that second rounder. Again, Derek White is gone. And so if you had those pieces, maybe you could have that hope, but you don't. And right now you're building a team from scratch, and I think there could be some interesting stuff like Harden, Joel Embiid-esque stuff with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox. I could see some assists go up between them if they have a whole offseason to get together. But it's definitely going to make Fox grow because he's definitely not been as much a playmaker. Like I think Sabonis has had to create a lot of the shots when they're together, and it'll be interesting to see like Chris Paul can take him to the lob lab. Teach them here's how you throw a lob. Now do this every play.
And that's interesting too to think of that creator aspect because even with Castle wants to be a point guard, but will he actually get to that full set players up sort of upside? Maybe that means the Spurs get the number 2 pick this year in the lottery, and then we draft Dylan Harper as our point guard. Put him next to Castle and Fox. Kind of a weird 3-guard lineup, but 3 bigger guards that can play together. Castle could almost be a wing at times.
Yeah. Who knows?
But
Who knows? I don't know. So you thinking you're tanking for next season? Or Dylan Harper's coming out this year?
Yeah, this year's draft.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was like, ready.
Oh, Duke.
Yeah, I guess who? Yeah.
Is Duke going to get a player ejected here? We're getting a
No,
forearm to the face.
No, they're just gonna give him the flagrant.
Oh, flagrant 1. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because it was unintentional. Like it was behind him. He wasn't trying to, and it was a basketball play. Like he's trying to box out the guy. They are making a little bit of a comeback though. 7 minutes. I don't know. Did you watch any of that Auburn game though? Like, there was a point there I was like, maybe even if these guys play 5 hours, it's going to be a 1-score game. But then, obviously, Florida pulls away. But because of Walter Clayton, get him in the draft. But
You think Walter Clayton is better or worse than Peyton Pritchard?
Peyton Pritchard is a lot better. Oh my God,
a lot better.
Yeah. Come on now.
Walter Payton just put up 34 in a Final Four game.
Yeah, against he did kick the ball against college
Auburn
competition. against
college
competition,
the 5th best team in
it is
college basketball history.
It is funny that 4 or 5 there are 5 teams older than or younger than Auburn. It's kind of hilarious. I just know, like, geez Louise.
In the NBA?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't think Auburn is going to take down any NBA teams by any means, but that's crazy just from an experience standpoint.
Yeah, I think the Wizards are the youngest. And of course Duke is much younger than any of them, but
Auburn
I thought that was
OKC.
interesting. The average age, Auburn is through the roof, Alabama's through the roof. I think a lot of these teams are older. And I was seeing something like all 4 of these Final Four teams are in the top 10 net rating for KenPom, since he started taking.
Yeah. The last 30 years almost.
So so this is some of the best basketball we've seen, and I don't know, it has helped, because in terms of viewership, because the last couple of years have been rough. I'll tell you that.
Do we need to start?
Probably why UConn was able to get it through back-to-back.
Do we need to start doing the?
Do we need to start what?
Do we need to start saying would Duke beat the Wizards in a game if they played? Could Duke take down an NBA team? Cooper Flag, Nipple, and Proctor, and Malik. That might be 4 NBA guys.
Those are 4 NBA guys. They're definitely all going.
People look back at that. I remember when that Kentucky team was making that run, that undefeated season. They didn't win the national title, obviously, but we started going into the storylines of could they play an NBA team? And in the moment, it's the rational people are like, oh, it's they're not actually going to win a game against an NBA team. But again, the hindsight of that is well, wait a second. Towns is an All NBA player. Booker is an All NBA level player. The Harrison twins and Cauley Stein, did they have the NBA careers, but they were still role guys. It's 2 All NBA guys and a couple role guys. Maybe they do actually win a game. Cooper Flag is actually one of the 3 best players in the NBA, and one of the if he's as a rookie one of the 20 best players in the NBA right away. Why wouldn't I'm kind of more, especially the college basketball side of things, because the NFL, the rosters are obviously so much larger, and maybe a couple star players are not able to balance out the totality of the roster. But for a 5-man, and again, maybe a whole game, who knows? But the 5-man lineups, I think some of those college lineups in history could have gone up against the worst teams at the time and actually competed.
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, I think especially when you see back in the day, the Dream Team got beat by a bunch of college kids. It definitely is feasible. It is something that could happen. And what we're gonna have Jordan Poole out here, chucking Thomas Bryant do something like, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I
Jordan
mean, how
Poole
many
versus
teams do
Con
you think they
Knipple
could be? Yeah,
right now. I mean, it's kind of close.
I don't know.
Jordan Poole's a lot better than
Yeah,
Knipple, but
yeah.
Jordan Poole with Cooper Flag or Knipple with Cooper Flag. So who knows? Maybe Poole with Cooper Flag. I'm talking myself into it.
There you go.
Him on the Wizards might
Who
actually
knows?
work. Flag, Sarr, and Poole, and Bub Carrington. That's kind of a fun little foursome. Pause.
It is. It is. Any NBA projected series that you're excited for? Like, what are you?
Well,
What are you
so
looking
you
out
said
for?
the Warriors are up to the 5 seed. So let me take a look at the standings here real fast and see what we could even get.
Okay. Oh, I guess we could first get into shout out to Melo and Dwight Howard making the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, shout out
Now
Carmelo Anthony.
people can't make fun of like us saying that almost anyone can make the Hall of Fame though. Like no championship, gold medal, you know.
But
This is
Melo's
the reason
not. You're
why I
saying
say
Melo's
Klay
not a Hall of
Thompson.
Famer?
First ballot?
First
First
ballot?
ballot?
I mean, everybody's already in.
Come on. What is it, the jab step? Yeah, exactly. That's the point. That's the point. And that's why I'm saying Klay Thompson will probably make a Hall of Fame.
You're saying Klay Thompson shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame? What? Why are you saying that
Come on.
disparagingly?
Klay Thompson? What's the point of Hall of Fame? Like it should be the best players on the best teams, like all time. You know, and Klay Thompson was an all-time shooter.
That sounds like
but
you're describing
like
Klay
all-time
Thompson.
player? He's an all-time shooter, but not what? He's the best player on the Warriors. He's an all-time shooter, had his moments, but like, was he like? Is it like you're making a bust out of him? Like,
So you don't think
you know,
Ginobili should be in the Hall of Fame?
I don't think
Is Klay
so.
Thompson not the
know.
Ginobili of the Warriors?
Probably. I don't think Ginobili. I don't know. That's the thing. It's
Oh,
really
don't say
good players
Ginobili should be in
the
the Hall of
position.
Fame.
He actually won though. I mean, and so did Clay. But I mean, we're talking about like I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I don't. We're talking about Carmelo though, like you know, being in there.
Carmelo's
It's
on
like
the
where
Carmelo's on the NBA All-75 team. He's one of the 75 best players in NBA history, and he wasn't even in the Hall of Fame when he got
falling
named.
apart here. Yeah, that's true. I don't think he should have been there. I really stand by that. I don't think
You're
he
just
was one
destroying
of the
my
best
childhood.
75.
Carmelo Anthony.
One of the best. Yeah, he had the cool jab steps, but come on, what else? Like he couldn't get past the second round. And yeah, like shout out, you know, Russell has done the work. Mentioned, you know, he didn't lose to any team that he was supposed to. But like
Carmelo
that's
Anthony's
what
the
makes
Rick
all-time
Barnes
great.
of NBA.
Rick Barnes. That's what makes you know those those players great is that they're oh my gosh is that you are the better of the sum of your parts. You know, you do
Yeah.
play up to your level. You know, man, the refs are bringing Duke back in. Someone called in and said, "Hey, this game's getting boring."
Yeah, Houston stormed back, and Duke just turned it over. Houston can get the ball back, but the point is Melo's not better than LeBron. The point is just Melo's one of the best players in NBA history.
Yeah,
Maybe he wasn't
I don't
able
agree,
to.
but you know,
So how many guys should be in the Hall of Fame? It's just like
it should be. In my opinion, it should be like first of all, I think maybe we gotta start kicking guys out.
I was about to ask. Do you think
the
the Hall of Fame should be a revolving door? It's like an exclusive club. Only like 150 guys can be in the Hall of Fame.
Like, can we go back and revisit like the 1950s?
Start
No,
taking guys from the 50s out. Koozie.
Like, come on, does Mitch Richmond still come in? No, it's just like, does everyone get in? Like, you know, and I think for Carmelo, it's just he was so loved by the league, by everyone. Oh my gosh, Cooper Flag is choking right now. They're choking. Oh my gosh. It's still a 4-point
There's still
game.
5 minutes
but,
left. Houston's the #1 seed. I mean, just because Duke's not dominating doesn't mean that they're not, you know.
They've had 0 field goals in the last like 9 minutes. Game time. It's not good.
And Houston with the
They're
offensive rebound putback, down 4.
It's bad. It's bad. And they just now.
Yeah,
you know,
5.5. That might be the longest drought of the season.
Yeah. Houston's on a 10-0 run right now. Over here on the screen. or with that score, they're on a 10-0 run. I'm trying not to spoil it for you, but it's starting to get worrisome here.
No, if you have to
Worrisome in the,
spoil it. It's okay. I'll get there.
you know, right now 5-4. They take a shot. Houston does brick. Okay, Cooper gets the rebound. I don't know. Yeah, it's just one of the things. It's similar. It reminds me of frisbee, where like every time you turn or you give another team a chance, they score. Which, by the way, had a tournament today. Did not go well. No big deal. But
Uh-oh.
it's similar to Duke, that like I think they're really good at scoring on other people's missed opportunities, except they're not doing that well right now. But usually that's when they get their leads, is that, their defense creates the turnovers and they're able to score. But it looks like they got a foul or something. And this is something I was hearing in a podcast with LeBron, and now that I watch for it, it's insane. It does drive me crazy. Is LeBron was talking about how he can't stand watching men's college basketball, because not only because of the two halves, but then because there's not four quarters, there's not time to have those commercials. And so they have scheduled timeouts
Mm-hmm.
for commercials, because they have to include them because of the sponsors.
Yeah.
And so that's why they don't even like. So right now, this commercial that we're having right now, like I don't think either team called a timeout. They just had a commercial because they need a commercial break. Like they're
Every
like
4
literally
minutes,
like,
they
hey,
take a
stop
commercial
playing.
break.
Yeah, they're like, stop playing. We gotta do a commercial break. That's insane to me. That's insane to me. That's stupid. And it's for college players that, in theory, aren't getting any money from their universities for this. It's so stupid.
It does make the pace of the game really weird. And I've always thought that the NBA is like the most like actual like different style of basketball. Just I feel like basketball from like pickup court, AAU, high school, and college is all more similar. And it's not just like athleticism, obviously, but the style, like longer possessions in the park probably sometimes, or maybe shorter possessions. Just depends on the guy that you're playing with at times. But I mean, it's a little obviously basketball snobby of LeBron. We get it, but. I mean, I could see that. I mean, you get that with like other people and other jobs, like like do comedians like they
Yeah,
just
and I
like
mean,
don't
he
watch
was
other
snobby
comedians.
about it. And he was snobby about it. He's like, oh, you went 34 seconds to score. You guys need that much time. Oh, yeah, shut up. But
I mean, that is true. Like we can't get that down a
agree,
little
the
bit.
commercial break.
It is 2025.
Yeah, the commercial break is crazy. Yeah. I don't know.
I could see a
It does make for some long possessions.
couple of good rule changes from LeBron. He said, "Here's a rule change. Here's
Just
two more."
make it 4 quarters. The women do it. Every other level of basketball does it. You have freaking elementary kids doing it. Like, you guys, it's so hard. You guys can't do that. Like, it's literally the only form of basketball that does 2 halves. Like, it's soccer. Like, what are we doing?
And do we even know the origin of it? Like, why is it two halves? Is it just one of
know.
those that's always been that way things? So they're not going to change it?
Probably, college basketball been around for a minute, so. Why are college men's basketball?
I guess that maybe just is the NCAA being so hands off that they're just like, we're good. We're not changing any. You guys just do your thing.
Yeah.
We're not getting involved anymore in any ways. No rules, no.
So the women's changed it in 2015 because they're smart. But of course, yeah, reduce the number of free throws. Yeah, and exactly. That's another thing, is team fouls. Like, there's literally no way that you can not be fouling so much that you do shoot free throws. And, of course, it helps the team that you cheer for if it's a good scenario. But, like, and that's another thing, they were mentioning, like, if someone has 2 fouls in the first half, then, like, a kid in real time is sitting for an hour or something, And it's dumb. Like, the fouls don't reset, and you get to the bonus real quick. Yeah, there's no, I mean, I guess people are saying there's longer passages. It's the way that Naismith wanted to play it,
Well, we can't change any of Naismith's ideas, obviously.
Exactly.
The basketball
2
constitution.
15-minute quarters. I guess they used to, 1951 to 54, they tried it.
51 to 54, a couple years. So what was it like?
Yeah.
Mikan was playing with 4 quarters. Mikan had to make him switch it back to 2 halves.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course, and then in men's they have the 1-and-1, so they have like a different level of bonus.
The
So,
1-and-1 I kind of
it's
like. They can
supposed to
keep that.
offset. Yeah, I do like the 1-and-1. It does offset like the whole foul thing, but
I just like the idea of you have to make the first one to get the second one.
yeah, no, that's a good general rule. I think they should always do that actually.
Every free throw, just especially if you got 2 halves.
Until it's like 10 fouls, 10 team fouls or something, which I think they do already.
Also flip it around. So once you get in the bonus, that's the bonus. You don't have to. You get both shots automatically.
Yeah, like, oh, there you go, Coop, they Duke doing their thing. Wow, Coop has 25 points. Shout out. He's not even. Yeah, I ain't gonna keep glazing him, but he's not. He's just playing in the system. Let's see.
No, he'll just stumble into 25.
Exactly.
But you see here like the activity around the rim as well too. Pause. Like it's some of the
Oh,
offensive
gosh.
boards and it's some of the putbacks and he's creating looks
And
for
number
himself in other ways.
number 4 for Houston is definitely playing like he's got to win everything on this shot right now.
No, yeah,
Like,
Crier. I mean, this might be his last shot. I think.
he's definitely
There's the
traveling
3
right
from
now.
Coop with 3 minutes left.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Coop's starting to show up. You see, that's the thing. Coop keeps making plays. Like, I'm trying not to glaze him right now, and he's making plays.
He's
Like, what am I
delivered
supposed to do?
he's delivered at the end of games every time because he's had this a little bit before as well too. I forget who I was hearing him say like he's never really played a bad game, but he has had stretches where it takes him a while to get going, but it seems like by the time we get to the end of all of these games, he's found his stride at some point and
Exactly. Yeah. Once he's gotten warmed up, he's in it.
yeah.
He's in it. And that's the thing is that, like, that intensity is something you can't teach, And I love Duke's switching on defense. They're just so seamless with it. It's probably why it's the reason why they're going to win.
Oh,
the
the
game.
rejection
It's the reason
by
why the
Coop.
defense. Exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm trying not to glaze him right now, but damn.
Who's
like,
the furry
geez,
in the
Coop just
background? Is that the Cougars mascot? That's kind of scary.
I don't know. It's kind of scary. But yeah, no, it is a joy to watch the seamless switching on defense. And it's something that I think in all sports is great to watch when a team is on the same page and they can just switch like seamlessly.
Yeah.
And it's kind of one of the funny things like in also Ultimate Frisbee where they're like, the old style coaches are like, just run harder. Like, you just play better defense.
Yeah, Bobby
and it's like, or we could just switch everything and, like, it would actually be better because we're all in position. Like,
No, you're wrong. You've got to
I
compete.
think exactly. You gotta give more heart out there.
It's all about heart. Yeah.
But no, that's why. And when you have the length that they do, that's why you can switch like they do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's a minute and a half left.
What do we got? I've got a 7-point game right now, minute 45. Duke with the ball.
Yeah, I'm understand.
So Crier has
took him
brought
to
the
line. That's
intensity, but the
foul.
perimeter from the rest of the guys they've had a couple looks from 3 and they just haven't been able to get them to go here at the end of the game. The refs are very animated right now on the calls. This baseline ref on the change of direction call a couple of times is really,
he's in it. He's
couple of 10
feeling
out of
it.
10
There's probably some yelling.
performances.
Couple yelling, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, that turnover by Proctor is kind of surprising.
It
I
was
don't know
not
if you've
good.
seen it yet. It's been a little.
They got a little bit of a cushion here, and their defense is good
They're
enough.
a little tired. Yeah, that's the thing is that, like, even when they start to cut into the lead, they just have a lead, all the time. And so when someone makes a run, it's like, okay, it's no longer a 10-point lead; it's a 4 or 5 in this case. And it's like, all right, like literally, someone just needs to hit a 3. They go and like stop them on the other end, and then get a layup and a foul. Like, feels like they're.
As a Duke, as a sort of a adopted Duke fan this year, how worried about you are about Florida and Clayton after seeing them?
Not really at all. Not really at all. I didn't see anything special. It was kind of one player doing his thing. And this team is really built for that one player type thing because they're just so open to switching. Like it wasn't a whole team shooting. It wasn't, and they barely won too.
Yeah.
It's not like anyone was dominating. And like the other team show. I actually would have been more worried about Jerome Bohm, just because of his size. I think size could get this team a little bit just because they don't. Part of the hard part about switching is that if you don't have that big, then they can bully you. And the Auburn guy, maybe there's a chance he can bully this team, really get foul out people because, Malach last game got into some foul trouble. But and he got a little bit here. But yeah, with that, Clayton, the perimeter defense is this team's specialty. Knuppel, Cooper, like they can all guard the. Oh, did they call timeout? They called timeout. Okay. Wow, the intensity is high right now. Houston's fighting for their life. But that's what I'd say. The perimeter defense is not concerning.
Pettiford
Not
doesn't worry at
concerning.
all. The Pettiford versus
Nah,
Knippel matchup, or I guess all
nah, they're
Pettiford was
gonna be
Auburn. Sorry,
fine.
Clayton and who's the other guy? They got Condon, Ha.
Mm.
They do have the center did play pretty well today against Broom, gave him mix, but he's also more. I feel like he's in kind of that Malik sort of rim runner, shot blocker type role, so that might be a more neutral matchup between the bigs in this game. But Flag is obviously, the more projectable star for the NBA stuff, but Clayton has been every bit as good of a, big game performer and deliverer as Flag has been in these moments. So I'm not going to rule him out as a shot
Yeah.
maker. He's been basically
Reminds
getting
me of
anything he
Janet
wants.
Juzang, your boy. I know you love him.
Juzang?
Oh my gosh.
Is
Yeah.
Juzang still on the Jazz?
Uh-oh. Don't hold your knee like that, Coop. Damn.
Uh-oh. Is that the ACL hold?
No, he's good. He's good. He's not rolling. It's just a sore. Yeah, he got his knees knocked. He's good. He's good. Dang, they pretty much tackled him. They said, "You not getting this dang ball, bro."
You got to just sacrifice it all in the last 70 seconds.
And it's always funny when like the other team finally does like a full court press, and they're like, "Oh, this could have like worked the whole time."
Oh!
Were they the one that like showed someone could do like a 5 minute mile? Everyone could do 5 minute mile or something.
On Houston?
Sub five. Yeah, was it Houston's team or was it Auburn? Someone was. There was one of the teams was like, "Yeah, we can
I
do
feel
a
like
sub."
Calvin Sampson's definitely running a boot camp over there. It's definitely him.
Yeah, I think it is them. They could all run a sub five, like less than 6 minute mile, which is insane, by the way, for people listening at home. That's you have like 6'6" guys, running that fast. Like that is insane. And it makes it easier when they have to run quickly home since they're nearby, same state.
Are they able to keep
Straight
that
up.
stamina into the season,
Oh,
though?
baby. Yeah, sure. Man, talk about the rest are just gonna be the arbiters of the end of this game, huh? Jeez.
Oh, speaking of guys going down, pause. Norman Powell. Looks like maybe a
Oh?
rolled ankle right now.
Oh, geez.
Okay.
Man, you got multi-screen over there?
We got a little upgrade, a little double screen setup.
Okay. We love it. We love to hear it.
A little NBA on
Oh,
one,
for
a
the
little Final
Clippers.
Four on the other. Okay, he's limping around. He's fine.
Are the Clippers good now?
I think they might be if their guys are out there. Norm
Yeah, I
Powell,
keep hearing
Kawhi, and Harden together.
Kawhi. I've been hearing Kawhi is starting to do some stuff. He's starting to look good to end the season here. I don't know. Are we going to get a vintage Kawhi season? Or playoffs?
I just don't think that that's going to happen.
Okay.
At some
You don't
point,
trust Kawhi, huh?
not every team that we look at, there's just going to be teams that we look at times and go, yeah, there are glimpses of what that team could be, but how often are these teams actually getting to their peak level? And, I guess, like we're saying, the Clippers are playing better here at the end of the year, but they just time and time again with this core in the playoffs. It's not that they have necessarily always, of course, played poorly and disappointed. It's just the injuries and some performances and just a combination of everything
has always led to them having early playoff exits. So the fact that it's just for a team like them where so many things have gone wrong in the past, is everything going to go right now all of a sudden for this season? For the season, I don't know. It just doesn't seem very Clippers-like if that were to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kawhi being
I
healthy
don't
for a
know.
playoff run.
It's totally new. So we're having something I've never seen before in basketball. Not to totally change the subject. So Zion James is trying to inbound the ball, and the Houston guy stripped it.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, the announcer just said he's never seen anything like this. I don't. So does he get a tech?
he was
Did they give him a tech?
he was
Like
hitting his
what?
own
What
like
do you do now?
head.
Like you can't eject him. Like it's not that bad, but I've never seen that before. Okay, let's see what they're saying.
It could be a technical free throw, a little, timeout with no timeout situation. They just have to make a ruling. They're like, what's fair? Just give him a free throw. That's always the default
Wow.
at the park.
Okay, so it's a technical foul and they get the ball.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy. That's such a momentum loss right there. Like that almost feels like a safety, where it's like not that much in terms of actual scoring besides, them getting the ball, which they do in this case too. But like, like dang, like you really got sacked in the end zone, and we've seen safeties before, but I've never seen that before. Like how the heck do you do that? Like, I don't know. You kind of can't do that, Am I wrong?
And still a minute 15 left, down 5. Like if they get a stop on this
6.
possession,
they have to get a stop on this position. Well, so it was a technical. Yeah, my bad. I spoiled it. Knuppel made the.
oh yeah,
shot.
so yeah, technical free throw incoming, yeah.
Yeah. So it is a 6 point, but now Duke just kills the clock, and you get a foul. You make your 2 free throws. That's an 8-point game. Like that's a backbreaker right there. Let's see. Well, they gotta actually make a shot. Wait, I'm not gonna say anything.
Uh-oh. Don't do it again, Flag. The Cooper Flag roller coaster for this game.
I tell you what. I will say Houston has had opportunities to win this game. They just kind of need to take it from them, and it seems like they're trying to do that right now. Duke is just slow to a stop on offense. Am I wild here? Like, what are we doing?
No, yeah, you're right. I'm at the Scion killing the clock at the top of the key, and that's the problem. You give yourself 10 seconds to operate. Now the pressure on Knippel, he gets the ball at the top with 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Great defense on the drive. Was that the guy that swatted the inbound?
They've had a straight 10 minutes of bad offense. Like, they haven't run a good play well once. Like, I don't know
sharp
what's going on with the team.
sidestep! Back!
It's not looking good right now.
Houston cuts it to 3 with 32.4.
They just, it's insane to me they can't get a single lob to Man. Like, come on, Malad. They've just said, nope, you're not getting anything.
Sharp might be on first team all watch list if he goes back to college next year. Shout out. What a gamer. Big threes all tournament.
For real.
The sidestep on Duke. I feel like the thing is I still feel a little like as a guy who did pick Duke in the bracket, like I'm not emotionally invested in Duke winning, but as like will my pick be correct
I am
sort
at
of
this
feeling.
point.
Yeah, I know you are, but
I know you are.
I just the confidence that I still would have in the Duke guys making a play here at the end of the game is still superior. Them up 3.
Yeah, I mean they're still up by 3,
shot.
30 seconds. Like if they lose this, it's on Duke to lose this game. Like if they lose, it's all their fault. Like it's not like Houston, of course, made some shots. They put themselves in the position to win, but like it's their game to lose for Duke, and it's like. You guys just decided for 10 minutes that you couldn't run a single play. Like, I haven't seen anyone take a good shot in, like, this half.
John Shire.
Coops, 3.
He really is a Coach K disciple.
I guess. Choking in the big moments. All right, they're back in. Oh.
The last 10 minutes, he just doesn't run no plays.
I'll tell you this full court press is serious work, and I don't know why the heck they can't get open. Like almost always, you can at least find one guy.
And maybe
Like,
they
what
went
is
away
going
a
on?
little of the physicality for moments in the second half there for where it was at the first half at times, where it felt like some of the Cooper Flag stuff,
Another timeout. We got to show more abs.
they were swarming him.
Oh, what are they reviewing? Oh, are they saying where the ball is being taken?
Yeah, Duke can't even get a clean look right now. Swatted out by Sharp.
What are they reviewing?
Are they looking for? Are they running the? They're not running the football plays. We saw Florida run the football play inbound style stuff at the end of that game. Duke is just sticking to the old school basketball.
I think they're making sure he threw it within 5 seconds.
Can they review for a 5-second violation?
That's definitely a deflection. I don't think Coop touched that.
They're reviewing the last swat out. Just let him play.
I don't. Imagine they lose because the fingernail of Coop. Coop didn't even touch the ball.
Plus, it's one of those classic spirit of the rule things. Like
3, 4. Oh, he got it out at 4.59. Come on, man. Come on now, man.
We clocked it.
Do they need it? Do they need the stopwatch? Like, oh my gosh.
Plus, that's just classic. The defender swats it out like it's the offensive player's ball.
Exactly. Like, just play ball, man. Sometimes this is too much. It's too much. But then, if they miss it, guess what? Who's going to be killing them later?
I think
even though they
way,
missed that kick ball
Sharp.
earlier, they still missed calls. Okay. And I think they were seeing the time too, 0.4 of a second. Thank God they figured out. I mean, maybe at the end of the game, it's the 0.4 mean something.
Yeah, imagine.
Oh, they're going to start fouling people.
Imagine reviewing for a 5-second call. That's insane.
Tyrese Proctor shoots 68% from the free throw. Maybe he's not an NBA player.
Yeah, I was just about to say, get him off the list now. That's crazy. Sub 70 for a guard?
That's insane. They literally have to run a play like they're underneath the basket just to get the ball in. Like,
yeah, run the football stuff. There we go. The tush push.
There you go. Knupple's open. Oh my gosh.
On the slant.
What are we doing? Oh, gee. Oh, he bricked it. Oh, it's dunked in, though, with 25 seconds. It's a one-point game. Can these guys inbound the ball once?
Oh!
For the love of God.
Houston!
Inbound the ball. What? Is it so hard?
Houston, they are a problem. They're on a comeback.
There you go. There you go. Up one. Okay. Of course, they foul the guy who's 68% from the free throw line. Jeez. Houston, we don't have a problem.
Proctor.
Gosh. I can't believe they can't inbound the ball. Like, what is going on here? Like, set a screen. What are we doing?
This is like you and I, Texas A&M.
Oh, my gosh. Now it's, of course, and now Proctor's on the line, 1-1. Jeez Louise. 1-1. Proctor on the line, 68% from free throw. They said the one person who shouldn't be here.
He's clutch. There's no way. There's no way. You got to throw that back to Flag.
He bricked it. Oh, my gosh.
You got to throw that back to Flag.
He bricked it. Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait. They said foul on Flag?
Ain't no way. Is this... I mean, you can't really call this like Jimmy V and the upset with NC State, but this feels like a upset in a major way. I don't know what the line was for this game, but this feels like we're on the edge of something historic, and Houston's able to complete the mission check.
So now Houston's shooting free throws, and homie 62% from three. You see, this is the problem with these fouls.
LeBron.
Now it's just a free throw contest. All right, let's see if he's going to hit his. Jeez Louise, man. Everyone's in the bonus.
How could
Dang,
Proctor,
Proctor.
in the biggest moments, we talked about his clutchness, and now he's not following through?
All right, we got homie on the line. Oh gosh, he shoots. Of course, he makes it. It's a tie game. 19 seconds. Oh, I can't. LG. I just had Luke text me and Dale Biter. This is gosh.
We knew there had to be drama at some point in this tournament. Something surprising was going to happen. I don't know if Duke necessarily.
Oh my gosh.
Houston getting a
Is
win
this a
over
Jalen
Duke?
Suggs moment? Oh gosh, both free throws were made. 19 seconds. Why can't they take a timeout? They have a timeout. Okay, they want it across the field. There you go, timeout. Okay, all right. Here we go. This is look. We wanted the Jordan moment, the nail biter buzzer beater to win the championship game. Can Coop with the loud noise, with the stuff, 17 seconds, 1 point game. This is it. Does he have it? Does he got the clutch? Does Coop got it? This is literally the Jordan moment. Is the buzzer beater championship, scenario. He's for a chance to go to the championship that they're probably going to win. This is it. This is their toughest test. Is it? I don't know, man. The ball's got to go to Coop, right?
Coop's got to get it here. It's got to be Cooper. It's got to be the nip slip play. He's got to get it to their guy, Khan. Oh, Jim Nance in the crowd. The Houston alum? I don't know. Maybe the universe wants to give Jim Nance a
They're in
championship
Texas.
in retirement.
They're in Texas, of course.
Home court advantage.
Exactly. The crowd. But this is it. This is where you see.
And that's one of the few times where you wonder why Houston, again, lays off the pressure. You save precious seconds by letting Duke get a couple of free bounces there and bring that ball up the court.
Exactly. No, I don't know why they let off the pressure. They should have kept it up. Duke hasn't been able to inbound the ball, and now I don't know.
Now you're gonna let.
This is the scared.
This is actually,
been,
like we were saying, the confidence that I have with Duke. Like I still kind of still believe in Flag if he gets a good look here. Like you're gonna set up from half court. John Shire hasn't, like you said, drawn up a play in an hour of real time, but maybe he cooks up something.
I just can't believe that I'm going to be looking back at this team and be like, yeah, they lost in the semifinal, the Final Four.
It's happened. It's happened with Duke in the past.
I can't believe it. And I couldn't believe it then either when it was just our Zion, that Zion team. Okay. They're inbounding the ball.
That is the constant with young teams. Is it Flag? Is it Nip? Is it Proctor? Maybe it's Malik on the putback. They only a 2 wins the game. It could be an offensive rebound there. Houston, you're giving yourself giving Duke time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Duke lost the game.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no,
Off
Cooper
the front
Flag.
rim.
Did Craig Elo block the shot? What happened? A Jordan moment gone south. Oh no, Sam's ahead in the live stream right now. He's got to sit on this information.
Off the front rim.
Oh, Cooper Flag.
This is off the front rim.
Nipple? The inbound to Flag. That classic midi pull-up that he's going for, like we said. The fadeaway. Oh, no. Duke will fall short. No foul at the end until 2.5 seconds left.
Still 2.5 seconds.
Wow.
But I guess they've seen it. They can put more time on it. I can't believe it.
What are the rules?
One of the biggest meltdowns from a great team in a long time.
What was the lead in this game?
Coop was so short. I could tell he was tired this whole game.
Oh yeah, that wasn't even close. It was accurate.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 3 or 4 seconds. They're gonna be a little bit more time on there, so there'll be enough time to do one dribble and a shot.
Do they get the foul on Sion right after the rebound? That would save some time.
2 shots. Okay, the 2-shot foul. Let's see if he makes it. He's gotta make them. Or it's Cryer. He's been making it. Oh my gosh, this team choked.
No timeout. So if you're Cryer, do you miss this? I mean, you don't dare miss the second one, do you?
3.7. Okay. What were you saying?
Duke has no timeouts. Do you miss the second one if you're Crier?
Mm,
Do you have to let Duke try to dribble this one out? I feel like Flag
let's
can still
see.
hit a half quarter though. Nipple. I feel like
He
he's
did last
cement-ended.
game. I can't believe off the front rim. Off the front rim. He
Coop.
just he choked. I mean, this team froze for a whole half. They didn't score. They didn't. I don't know why. This is what happens when you say it's college kids, you know.
What happened? Was it Shire? Was it the players?
All right, this is it. Okay, the ball's up.
Crier, we're going to start calling him Baby Keem.
Oh my gosh. The Blue Devils choke. I I don't know. I can't. I don't. The
Stunning,
Blue
chat.
Devils choke in the finals four.
We knew there was going to be drama. We knew there was going to be upset and something unexpected. So Duke, like you said, the stats for all of these teams, these are 4 historic teams. There is no necessarily like, oh, I think, even for the storylines for what we projected this Duke team, there's no necessarily this team fell short. But if you look at this game and the lead that they had and the way that they were playing and the way, like you're saying, the course of the game shifted at the end of the game, there's no way not to say that, yeah, this is on the Duke Blue Devils for dropping this one. It's unfortunate. Is it a
And
stain on the
maybe the
Cooper Flag
press
resume?
hurt them. Maybe the press hurt them. Maybe some other stuff hurt them. But they weren't able to get a good shot for 10, 11 minutes.
The
They just
inbounding
didn't
stuff
create
is
a good
honestly a
shot
bad.
for
That's
so
kind of
long.
disastrous.
It was, but they were up and they didn't create any good shots. Like they're able to keep a little bit of a lead because of the fouls, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't know, man.
We got
I
so
don't. I
close
don't know
to
what to
what
say.
would seem like the 2 best teams in the college basketball side, the 2 best players, Walter Clayton and Cooper Flag, Florida and Duke. But Houston says,
See, and I bet Jordan right now is somewhere laughing. Said not quite like me.
that's greatness, kids. That's the thing
That's
about Jordan is he delivered
that's
every
the
time.
difference between exactly.
If
It's the
would you
difference
rather have
between
Knipple
all
taking the
time
shot?
and really good. No, I don't think. I don't think yeah, Kendall will take the shot. And he had the ball in that last one, yeah. But
Chat, I don't even know what to say. We just have to give a moment of
I'm
silence for
stunned.
this Cooper Flag Duke team, honestly. Once
I
again,
love this
Duke
team
just
so much.
destroying brackets. We don't want to even pick Duke every year to win the tournament, but we do, and then we just get disgusted with ourselves when they lose. Cooper Flag, you've broken our hearts once again. Duke, it is what it is. But
And
shout
this
out
is
Kelvin
where you
Sampson.
see like he's more of Jason Tatum, you know. People are saying AK-47,
Is he
you know.
Kirilenko?
Exactly. Like more of like a really, really good player, but like you're gonna have him top 5 ever, you know. Still making a Hall of Fame because everyone's making it, but
Cooper Flag will be on the NBA 100
I don't
team
know.
in 25 years.
I don't know, man.
I guess that's plenty of time to make a
We
full
gotta,
career.
we gotta. Yeah, they for the last 10:30 of the second half, they held Duke to 1 field goal.
Wow. Basically,
One
that full
field
quarter
goal.
of action.
Like they just didn't. Duke just didn't score. They just got clamped. They just couldn't score, and I don't.
And that's what we see in the tournament time and time again as well, too. These elite defensive teams, these teams that can scrap it up and make the games really dirty at their level. Like, I mean, UConn the last couple of years was doing this as well, too. And Duke is capable of playing on that defensive level, but like you're saying, Houston's intensity at the end of the game just able to lock in at a
Yeah,
different level. Crier, the senior, some experience and intensity. Those are going to be the 2 things that I think I'm going to be looking for next year in the bracket.
Which teams are playing? And defense has always been, of course, important, but
Just pick all the number ones next year. Also,
maybe college basketball is just that way now, which, I'm not against it.
no.
It's fun watching the good players compete. I mean, we just got 2 classic tournament games. Everybody's talking about how college basketball is broken. It's like, this is perfect. We just got iconic moments.
Yeah.
We got the best players and the best teams matched up against each other. 2 very close games all the way down to the end. The star players, I guess, was Cooper Flagg delivering, but the star players for Houston delivered. Cooper Flagg had moments where he was playing well and, had a chance to deliver as well, too. Iconic what-if stuff. Oh, the Duke fans down bad in the stands right now. They're really having high hopes for this one. And it has been a minute since Duke has won the title. In terms of Duke standards, it's been a decade at this point now.
Yeah.
Since that last Duke title, 2015, that Tyus Jones team was the last one. Julio Okafor.
And it's rare that it's the talented team or the NBA prospect team wins. And it's almost always the,
It's true, yeah.
team like Auburn, like Houston, like Florida that has been, there forever. And I actually don't know. Malad should have probably gotten involved more. They just didn't give themselves a chance.
But you think even if they get some of the
crumbled.
inbounds and then those can turn into even free throws and then they're fouling them at that point, they're getting a couple of points on the board. That's tough. And I don't know what you do at that point. Do you change up the inbounder? Should they have gone to Cooper Flagg as the inbounder almost and gotten a little bit more size trying to pass in? Or again, just try to set up a different play to run them. You can get so innovative now with these inbounding type stuff. I just think that's such a basic thing to try to get down in college basketball. If you're struggling with that, then again, you're not even getting into your possession and you're just giving the ball right back to Houston every time.
Yeah.
They hit a couple of threes directly off those turnovers. It's funny that it became a classic college basketball collapse as well too, and not just Houston necessarily hitting a bunch of shots and getting back in the game. But
no. And that's the thing is, at the end of the day, they beat themselves. They didn't. I think they forced too many shots. I will say, Cooper probably forced too many shots. They probably should have, moved the ball around. And guess what? I'm not going to watch the championship. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, boycott.
What am I watching for? We're done. You know what I am watching? I'm watching Paige Buchers. Shut up, South Carolina. That's they win the championship. No, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. South Carolina's been real mouthy, though. They're real annoying. Don Staley's the GOAT, but, come on now. Oh, we weren't the number 1 overall. Come on now. Have you ever seen, the men? Come on. What? This is what we're complaining about?
They're locked in. They
come on.
They cranked the intensity up in the last.
Oh, you saw the
game
commercial?
against Texas.
Yeah. The main thing I'm most sad for, the bigger disappointment though. Well, Duke is pretty close, but Juju Watkins getting hurt.
Yeah.
I really, really, really wanted it. But this is pretty close up there. I don't, obviously I was more invested than this. I haven't watched Juju as much, but. This is what happens when I get invested in sports. I haven't gotten invested like this since the Super Bowl. And even then I knew that I could see that one decline. At least
I was going to say your expectations actually
you think we're comfortable.
When was the last time your expectations were not met from a sporting standpoint? This Mahomes, just generational Mahomes run. It's been half a decade.
It's been a little bit. I haven't been, because there's no basketball team I'm invested with this, NBA anyway.
If Tatum loses, you can just tell yourself.
Maybe Tatum.
It's okay.
Yeah.
And he just won the title.
Yeah, I'd be pretty sad. That Warriors one, I'm so Curry's just gonna kill you guys every possession. That one I was a little upset, but Robert Williams got hurt. I love Curry too. I love those purple shoes he had on. He was killing it. I was
checked
all right.
All the boxes.
I was all right. I can't hate on Curry, but I don't know anyone on Houston. I don't give a crap. And these guys were up. They were up by a significant amount. They gave this game away.
Knipple, Flag, they should have definitely held out on offense a little bit more at the end of this one. But
You know, I mean, for Knipple anyways, and for Proctor from the NBA stuff, it all looks still. That's the problem. Like, it all still looked good from that side of stuff. They all still performed. They all still played well, but they just weren't able to close out the game in the final seconds when it really matters. And again, it's not gonna like matter from a Cooper Flag story standpoint. It's just in the March Madness scheme of things and in the one game system. Unfortunately, you have a couple of bad minutes and it can turn the tide and it can go final. Kenny Smith has a new pep in his step now that Duke has lost as well, too.
Yeah, of course.
He seems excited about it.
Yeah, I don't think – I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, Cooper shouldn't have been taking that shot. I'm not upset with the shot. Obviously, I'm upset he missed it. But I think that was a decent shot for him. I mean, their size did make that. I'm more upset that, like I mentioned already, they went 10 minutes and 30 seconds, probably about 30 minutes to 45 in real time, and they didn't get a single shot. They made one freaking point. In the last 8:17 of the game, they made one field goal.
And that Proctor dribbling off his leg as well, too?
Yeah, that was the weirdest. And I remember pointing to that.
Yeah.
This kind of reminds me 2016 Curry, a little too overconfident. He's throwing away the turnovers in the final.
Yep.
Like, what's going on here? Like what, you can't even dribble. Like, this is basic stuff. Like, we're not expecting something crazy. Like, just dribble around. And he can't even dribble the ball. Like, it's insane. It wasn't so much the mistakes of missing the shots, because everyone's going to miss or make shots. But they didn't really create any good looks for themselves. They didn't run any plays. And I think they were led a little bit too much by Cooper, by these young guys who didn't, don't have that experience. And, they finally met their match. Their talent didn't win out, even though it was close.
Wow. Where would you rank this on your disappointing sports moments scale?
I have to. It's pretty high up there.
Because again,
it's pretty high up there.
If you think in the Chiefs past,
Kansas City lost.
If you just think like Kansas City alone, you didn't even really have championship expectations until Mahomes got there. You had good team expectations, but you guys weren't supposed to win the Super Bowl.
Not win the Super Bowl, but I thought we could have beaten that Pittsburgh team that last year with Alex Smith when it was still Le'Veon Bell. I think we still should have beaten that team. Big Ben was still there. I was disappointed in that. I was disappointed, and the Kansas has disappointed me all the time. The basketball team. Trying to think. But in terms of ones that I've been invested in, and I'm like, they're gonna do it. I'm chilled out. They're having the same game. I'm like, all right, they're just gonna come down and hit a couple threes. I will say this one is the most jaw-dropping sports thing that's happened to me. Oh my gosh, I'm shell shocked. They actually lost. What is going on here? And usually with football you can tell, but basketball, I mean, that's why the NBA, they have a series, to prevent stuff like this. Because if they're doing a series, Duke is coming back and winning 3 out of 5. They're definitely beating them in a 7-game series. But this is the first game 1 win that everyone's like, whoa, what's going on? You remember that time when I think it was it the Bucks beat the Celtics? And then they were like, oh no, I think it was the Celtics beat the Bucks. And this was before Tatum really came on. And they're like, oh, is Al Horford the Giannis stopper or something?
Yeah.
And then Paul Pierce was saying some crazy stuff. And then they went out and won the next 4. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those. Or I think the Raptors, didn't they beat, or the one year.
The Raptors were down 0-2 to Milwaukee, yeah. And then they won 4.
Yeah. And everyone's like, whoa, oh no, it's the 1-8. And they went out and finished it. So it's one of those things where it's people understand basketball is, literally miss or make. And so that's why they have the 7-game series at the professional level.
I don't know. I think that Houston's competitiveness would definitely give them a series. But yeah, I mean, it would be hard for Duke not to win a series-style playoffs, through this team with the way that their talent is set up. But I mean, Houston, Calvin Sampson, there's still, I think, some coaching and some player hierarchy stuff that's still to set out. As much as we were crowning Cooper Flag, John Shire as well, too. Like you're saying, that's a whole 10-minute stretch of basketball where it felt like the offense was really lacking, and Samson was able to get the team
Yeah.
to lock in and have competitiveness in a real way. And, Shire is still right in that mix for top coach, next coach up.
Yeah.
But
That's
it's still
true,
a
but
tough
I think
game.
this will be one of the ones that he'll look back and be like, I really think we could have done better here.
Yeah.
Like I should have done better here. Like this is going to be one of the ones. I think it's one of those things where people don't realize your opportunity until it's kind of passed you by, especially early on in careers and stuff. And when you don't have like a lot of losses and stuff. And I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's going to be pretty tough for Shire to top the level of talent this team had in upcoming years. Not saying he can't do it, but to have Malachi, I mean, these guys are going to have really productive. 4 to 5 guys on this team are going to have really productive NBA careers. Like, I don't think that's a hot take. And looking back on it, you're going to be like, wow, like they had all this and they lost, like, in this way too. Like, it's going to sting as time moves on, especially for the people who are going to be locked in on it.
This does feel like that Kentucky team is probably the best comparison for this team, at least in recent history, of just the top talent.
Yeah,
but
where Booker's coming off the bench.
yeah, literally the sixth man on the lineup is first team All NBA level talent decade later. But the way that team was just undefeated and running through that tournament, and felt like the way that team was assembled as well too, like we were saying, with Booker off the bench, but the perimeter that he provided with the interior defense of Towns and Cauley-Stein, and then you had the Harrison twins, like a perfect complement to each other. Like that team was just perfectly set up, and then Wisconsin somehow gets a win over them in the Final Four.
Sam Decker, Frank the Tank.
I still
now
don't
look
know
at where
how
the
that
heck
happened.
those guys are now. like this gotta be someone waking up at night being like, how the heck did Sam Decker beat me? Like,
I think about it once a week.
Right?
I honestly don't know how it happened. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the game at some point just to remind myself.
It's gonna be the same with this team. Are there any NBA players on this Houston team? Like this is an honest question. I'm not even trying to like.
No, it is a real question, and I mean, we could look at draft boards, we could do all the projection stuff. I think, we're not writing anybody off, but it's fair to ask in the moment what the NBA talent projected out is, and yeah, I mean, Houston feels like a very this year sort of college-centric type team, but just being more in the moment, cognizant of the runs of these teams, like it makes more sense. But I think you're right. Especially the hindsight of this stuff, like we don't know what the NBA careers are, but it's difficult to imagine that there's not a lot of productive NBA basketball to be played for some of these Duke guys. So yeah, the only thing that really can't happen is the legacy at this point from this Duke team can only grow, and we actually realize how talented these players are.
Exactly, and I think it will be huge. I think Malach is not. I don't know. I don't really see him translating as well. He's huge. I love his size, his agility and stuff, but you kind of need a little more. Like you can't just be Jared Allen,
Yeah.
Like that. You have to be pretty good. I think nowadays you kind of need to shoot. I don't know. We'll see. I think Malach is the main one I'd be a little worried about. Kind of a Wiseman kind of thing where it's like, what exactly am I getting here? Besides a screen and roll guy.
Yeah, you'd have to see some of the IQ stuff.
Around. Yeah, that's the main thing. But the other players, I think like Knuppel, like he's probably going to be like one of the players. He's like really good rotation piece. Like I could see a Tyrese Maxey kind of like shifty small guard, like not as fast. But like the guard, obviously SGA is a high side of it. Like we didn't see SGA that great in Kentucky, so who knows? Like I think the high side of it is SGA, but I think like a reasonable thing is like probably like Tyrese Maxey, slower Tyrese Maxey, who finds buckets. Maybe like on the low end, it'd be like a TJ McConnell, definitely a rotation off the bench.
You're saying the peak Con Knuppel could be the MVP of the league, like Shea?
Well, you see his herky-jerky movement,
MVP.
His footwork. Who knows? I mean, did we see it from SGA in college? No one was sitting there being like, oh, this guy's going to be,
Yeah, that's true.
We knew the talent was there, but did we really? No one was saying he was going to be an NBA MVP. There's no way.
You think when was the last time a white American guy won the MVP of the league?
I don't think he's going to win an MVP, but I think it's going to be I think that's like the ceiling, like high ceiling. I don't think he's not, his build's not enough, but it is nice to see that the blueprint is there in the league for like a shifty scoring guard, you know.
I was gonna say Steve Nash, but Steve Nash
Ooh.
was Canadian as well too.
Now, he's also a much better passer.
Yeah.
He actually, he's just a lot faster. Did he play on a college team? I don't think about
He played somewhere. He played at some small school. I'm not exactly sure where. But Santa Clara, maybe.
it.
Something about that sounds
It
right.
is funny to go back and be like, wait, Larry Bird played on Indiana State?
Yeah.
Who? I've never seen those guys the rest of
The Sycamores.
like.
We haven't
It's
had
always
like a
funny to come back.
second Sycamore revival since Larry Bird, unfortunately.
Just saying, not a single one.
Literally not one player since Larry Bird has emerged.
like it's not even like hating on him. Like it's just a fact.
Like
Never.
didn't Butler even like after Gordon Hayward left, like Butler had a second run back to the Final Four?
Yeah, they actually had a little bit because of. Did he stick around still? Their coach.
Yeah,
What's his name?
Stevens. I forget what that main
But,
guy's
yeah.
name was, but they had that other
Yeah,
sort of forward
yeah
center.
they had a little bit. Yeah, they were all right. And Dom and Xavier always felt like they were around, and now they're gone. But
Yeah.
they used to be always around.
No, that was clearly a Brad Stevens thing instead of a Butler thing, but clearly an NBA talent.
Man, running to the 3-point line and hitting the shot is what this tournament's going to be remembered for, I guess.
Cooper Flag, unfortunately, goes out early, people. It is what it is. Any last words for your guy Cooper Flag and the Duke run at all? Before we take off?
I just feel bad for him having to have that screenshot of his face being surprised by the foul haunt him. That's what everyone's posting now. His what?
What?
What? Kind of similar to Rasul not saying made it, gotta learn Chinese on the podcast. You're like, yeah.
Saying what?
And it was like, trying not to get caught in 4K. So they were talking, him and Simmons were talking. Which, shout out, by the way, to Zach Lowe being hired by the Ringer. I'm so glad Zach Lowe's back there.
We tried,
making
but
NBA content. We were almost at him.
I think he said we were second.
Yeah.
Zach Lowe, when things don't work out, just throw him in Sam Pod will be here.
Yeah, there you go. Now they're doing it's always by a brick wall. The sad interview with the coach, losing coach.
Shout out to Shire. Shout out to Sampson. Shout out to these runs. Duke, Florida will be fun, though. I think you're going to be missing out. Or Houston, Florida will be fun.
The third lowest scoring Final Four game in school history.
For Duke?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. 67 is not like a bad performance.
Are we getting a Ohio State thing here where we're like, we got to run it back?
With Duke?
I didn't like how
That's what I'm saying. Is Cooper Flag lock it in, number one pick? What are the odds now? What would you say if you were setting the poly market percentage for Cooper Flag going back? Is it 6%?
It's definitely gone down. Yeah.
10%? Is it in the double digits?
Is John Shire gonna sweet talk him? You got unfinished business. We need you here.
Because Proctor, you could talk Proctor into being back, and then Knuppel, you could be like, hey, if you go back and we win a title, you could be a top 5 pick. You and Flag both in the top 5?
Imagine that.
Like, Flag is already going to be a number 1 pick no matter when he goes in, so you can just lock that down no matter what. So, Knuppel's stock goes up. Malik, he might be a lottery pick this year, but, I mean, what are the, could you have Flag, Nipple, and Malik go 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, I don't know.
In 26?
That'd be crazy, like Zion, RJ, and no, they'd go.
Did Basta at 4?
Maybe. know. I'm just still shell shocked.
Apologies
Now
to
I know how
the
Dallas fans feel like.
yeah, Dallas fans would just be happy to be back in the Final Four, to be honest. But apologies to the Duke Blue Devil fans, though. Guys have had plenty of success in the
Yeah.
past. It has been a little bit of a minute, and this is like one of the first like actual like real beloved Duke teams where I feel like America might be disappointed in a
Yeah.
different type of way. Like you're saying, it's not
Viewership is definitely going to be down in the final.
just
Like, there's no way
taking a
there's going to
hit.
be the same number of people watching if Cooper Flag was in there or not. Like, they've been, and the networks have been hyping him up, you know?
The league is upset that Cooper Flag and Duke is not in. I mean, it makes sense. They're obviously the main event team of the tournament, but I think Clayton's been good as well too. Like the college basketball people know that this is a great matchup. I think deserving, like we're saying, all four of these teams are all deserving. So it's not like there's a bad version of this national championship game in terms of the landscape aspect of it. But it sets the stage for Clayton as well too to do something special, which is fun. I mean, the Cooper Flag sort of way the storyline could carry over into the NBA is cool. Like you're saying, the Jordan thing, hitting the clutch shot, winning the tournament, could all be fun stuff. But maybe Clayton in more of a Kemba Walker lane is the vibe for this year. I don't know if he'll end up being like.
You're really in on Clayton, huh?
I love Clayton. I think Clayton's gonna. Let's take Clayton, and the Spurs can take Clayton. Proctor or Clayton? That'd be a tough debate. I think I'd be leaning Clayton now.
Yeah, I would too.
First round, lock it in.
Yeah, I would too. I don't know.
You think Pritchard's way better though?
Yeah, I don't know how like NBA teams how they do it, like what they use for their metrics when they have these players that are playing great in the tournament, and they're like, nah, that's not an NBA player, you know. And it's like, didn't you just watch the games? And they're like, nah, we wouldn't take them.
It's got to be just like they have.
Back in the day?
It's got to be like this team's like we're only drafting players over 6'5".
Well, yeah, but there's always some teams like there's under 6'5" players. Like,
No, yeah, the Celtics will take Walter Clayton, and then yeah, some good team will take him, and he'll be good, and we'll be like, oh yeah, obviously the guy that put up 34 points in the Final Four game. I mean, he might be like he could be off the bench, like 6th, 7th man, impactful guy. Give you 10, 11 points a game.
But who was? Yeah, I don't know. I would need to be in those front offices. But shout out to you for staying up.
Yeah.
What, 11 over there?
Yeah, we're pushing it into the evening over
Late
here.
night. Probably Sunday over there.
About to get into the next day. And don't worry, people. We're here all weekend. We've got ladies national championship.
You're on Sunday.
Oh, no, make no mistake. We got Paige Beckers in the national championship game. We'll be here for that.
Of course.
We've got the men on to Monday after that. Unfortunately, not Cooper Flag, but Houston and Florida after that as well, too.
I'm not watching it.
Yeah, I guess
I'm boycotting.
It'll just be us, I guess. We'll decide. Is the Rem and Sam pod as a whole going to boycott? Just to make a Cooper Flag statement?
Yeah, I don't know. Up to you.
You'll have to subscribe to find out. But, I mean, yeah, the YouTube's here. The socials are there. The pods are over there as well, too. We're like the wizard. We're like the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz.
Pure Vita.
Pure Vita's over. Pure Vita's over there. BETSTAMP's over there.
And who's the other one? BETSTAMP.
BETSTAMP.
Shout out.
Yeah. Shout out BETSTAMP.
What was the name of that one sports book that supported us and they went under?
Yeah, I forget something DFR something. I think it was DFR. DFR Sports
DFR
Book.
Sportsbook. Yeah, Iowa only. Yeah, I miss those guys.
Yeah,
too bad.
Good people over there.
I never used them, but you know, they didn't deserve to lose their jobs in this economy.
Yeah, obviously you didn't use them. I mean, you know, they went out of business, so I think you were the majority of people with that one. Seemed to be
That's funny.
Seemed to be the common trend amongst people those days.
Obviously, I didn't use them.
Yeah, we can just check this.
That's funny.
It is what it is, but
that I'm one a minute. Anyway, I gotta let you get to bed, man. You're gonna be falling asleep in church.
Yeah, I gotta be up in the morning so we can be back strong for Paige Beckers versus Dawn Staley in the national championship game. Shout out to Houston. Shout out to Florida. What a night of college basketball. We'll be back tomorrow, people.
What a night.
See you later.
Love you, Cooper.